Okay, I'm ready. Let's go.
You're live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Good morning. Today's Wednesday, July 7th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of July. Member or secretary, Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Today we will cover all items noted in our published agenda. Madam Secretary, let's go to public comment and begin there.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
Okay, anyone wishing to make a comment, please step forward to the podium. And please state your name for the record if you would, sir.
For the record, my name is Bruce Parks.
Okay.
I would like to
Please go ahead.
address, thank you. I would like to address the Gaming Control Board's position on mandatory vaccines. Now, you may not say they're mandatory, but when you use coercion, enticements, or any other means to get people to take this inoculation, and I will not call it a vaccine, it is anything but a vaccine. It is not within your purview. I have a little document here. Some of y'all might even be familiar with it. It's called the Constitution. If you're not familiar with it, shame on you. And if you haven't read it in a long time, shame on you. I teach a class on it every Wednesday, by the way. What you guys are doing amounts to a violation of that document. Our founding fathers would be ashamed of you. But since you're not responsive to the public because none of you are elected to the positions you hold, I understand. Bureaucrats. Are you aware that there are over 40,000 regulations attached to the hamburger that you get from McDonald's? It's in the Federal Registry. The Federal Registry is made up of rules and regulations that unelected bureaucrats have put into code. If you don't think they carry the weight of law, violate one of the EPA regulations and you'll find out in short order. You are you're in trouble. Well, according to that little document I showed you, there's only one body in this country that has the authority to make law. That would be Congress. But yet, we still have the Federal Registry. Heaven forbid you fall in violation of it. I would like to introduce you to a couple of terms that are sometimes used in relation to public officials. This first one, we see quite a few of those in our Congress. Jellyfish. Now, how does that pertain to a politician? Well, they've been around forever. No brains, no backbones, but here they are. The other term I'd like to introduce you to is post turtle. Now, what's a post turtle? Well, a post turtle is when you're driving along in the country and you look over and you see a fence post, and on top of that fence post is a turtle. Now, you know it's been elevated beyond its ability to function. You also know that it has absolutely no idea what to do while it's up there. And you just have to really wonder what was wrong with the person that put them there in the first place. But again, this body is not responsive to the public. You're not elected, but the people that put you here are. And they're going to hear about this loud, long, and continuously until it goes away. I gave over 20 years of my life to this country to ensure that we didn't have some of the things that I see going on right now in this country. Vaccine passports, are you kidding me? Well, I can tell you right now, folks, this is one individual that'll work long and hard and tirelessly to ensure that nobody's loaded into a box car. I'm not going to wait until I get to Auschwitz before I fight back.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in Carson City who'd like to comment? Please step forward if you do.
Okay, Val White for the record. There is
Thank
no
you.
COVID public safety issue. The entire COVID lie has been exposed. The virus is a highly treatable illness with the right medications. There is no more danger from it than there's ever been for the dozens of previous viruses that have come and gone over the years. So don't attempt to justify your possible actions today with the public safety lie. Nobody with an ounce of gray matter is buying it. People are tired of the barrage of lies and tired of having our freedoms and rights trampled on. Do you really believe customers will spend money at businesses that continue the COVID lies? Who infringe on the rights and freedoms of employees? The proposed policy is just another step toward vaccine passports. Consider what's happened to professional sports the past few years. As they've committed more and more to the social justice lies, they've lost more and more business. They've insulted and disaffected their customers, and it's backfired. Any actions you take to further the pandemic and vaccination lies and trample on people's rights and freedoms won't be accepted. You will see the same results that pro sports is seeing. This policy isn't about public safety. The shots are experimental and have been proven to not be safe. Thousands are dying from the experimental jab, including children. Don't approve a policy not supported by employees or the public. It isn't safe for anyone. Don't quote fake science lies. Furthering lies about public safety and vaccination won't increase casino business or increase visitors to Nevada and won't draw employees. People are sick of the lies and see through them. Do consider the folly of gathering private medical information. Medical privacy breaches will happen. Ask Visa and Facebook and the Department of Defense. The breaches will expose casinos and this board to many, many lawsuits. Is that what you're seeking? Wake up and reject this and all policies that infringe on the rights and freedoms of Americans. Prove that you're not just another greedy industry that's willing to abuse employees, destroy privacy, and destroy good customer relations. Prove that you believe in true science, not indoctrination via fake Fauci science, fake scientists, and lying politicians and bureaucrats. Be the Americans who care about our country, freedom, privacy, and all people. You can do it. Don't be a mindless, spineless lemming.
Thank you. I'm going to limit a further comment to 3 minutes apiece. So if you have additional comments, please step forward, state your name for the record.
For the record, Joy Trushinsky. On September 25th, 2020, the Center for Disease Control came out with the survival rates of the COVID-19 virus. The CDC stated that from ages 0 to 19, the survival rate is 99.997%. Ages 20 to 49, the survival rate is 99.98%. For ages 50 to 69, the survival rate is 99.5%, and ages 70 plus, 94.6%. For such a dangerous virus, these sure are high survival rates. In fact, for millions of people, they had to be tested in order to find out if they had the virus. So why, after over a year and a half, masks are still being pushed? And why is our government pushing the COVID-19 vaccines, which are untested, not approved by the FDA, and experimental? This is diabolical, outrageous, and tyrannical, to say the least. Healthy people being forced to wear masks and have the vaccines is unnecessary and unconstitutional. The CDC in 2009, during the outbreak of the swine flu epidemic, came out with the harmful effects of wearing masks. These harmful effects have not changed. Wearing masks causes shortness of breath, lightheadedness, headaches, acne, development of chronic dermatitis, causes more wrinkles on the face, causes chronic respiratory conditions, with more bacterial and viral infections, and above all, wearing masks weakens the immune system, all due to an increase in CO2 levels in the body. Forcing casino workers to wear masks and forcing them to be vaccinated is wrong and unnecessary, unconstitutional, and harmful. Everyone should be tested for antibodies instead of being vaccinated. Having antibodies means you are immune. We have cures for the COVID-19 virus, like hydroxychloroquine with zinc and ivermectin, if not banned by Democrat governors. I myself recovered from COVID-19 in December 2020. With 3,000, I was taking 3,000 milligrams of vitamin C, 3,000 milligrams of vitamin D, 50 milligrams of zinc, a multivitamin, and drinking orange juice. For information on masks, COVID-19, and the vaccines, go to frontlinedoctors.com to educate yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Going forward, if there's one person who would be willing to represent the group, please step forward and state the position of the group. If you'd like to all go, you're welcome to go. That was simply a suggestion. So I'll limit it to 3 minutes apiece. Please step forward and state your name for the record.
Bill Horn. A big issue is, where does this agency get its legal authority to do what it's proposing? And the answer is, it has no such authority under the emergency declarations. The Nevada legislature is responsible for emergency management in the state of Nevada. The Nevada legislature provided for this responsibility by enacting the statutes in Chapter 414 of the NRS entitled Emergency Management. The Nevada legislature delegated explicit powers to the governor and powers to the political subdivisions, but not to this agency. In Directive 41, the governor shows the source of his authority as statutes. From Directive 41 is this statement: whereas NRS 414-0603F provides the administrative authority vested in the governor in times of emergency may be delegated, and this means only administrative authority may be delegated by the governor. That is, this agency doesn't have explicit authority. Any authority that this agency has under emergency management must be delegated by the governor, who can only delegate his administrative authority. Words are defined in legal statutes, have different meanings than the ordinary meaning. Emergency defined. Emergency means an occurrence or threatened occurrence for which, in the determination of the governor, the assistance of state agents is needed to supplement the efforts and capabilities of political subdivisions to save lives, protect property, and protect the health and safety of persons in this state, or to avert the threat of damage to property or injury to or deaths of person in this state. From opinion number 9503 of the Attorney General, cited in earlier directives, is this statement in regard to the power of political subdivisions in an emergency. This came about because Mineral County wanted to know what it could do in enforcing emergency management statutes. And this is what the Attorney General said: the contract and debt powers within NRS 414-0902 are the only emergency powers explicitly granted to counties under this chapter. It is noted that these powers may be exercised without regard to time-consuming procedures and formalities prescribed by law, though constitutional requirements are not waived in the event of an emergency. See also 16 Am. Jur. Constitutional Law, 1979. No emergency justifies the violation of any of the provisions of the United States Constitution. We should be clear that the governor's directives are not law, and that neither agencies nor employees can receive any authority from the government to enforce any of his emergency measures. We should also be clear that the rights protected by the United States Constitution are inherent in each citizen outside of government, and that the 10th Amendment does not give any state the ability to disregard any of our rights. You cannot justify harming some citizens by the premise that you are saving other people. What you are proposing is both illegal and unconstitutional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is
Welcome.
Patricia Toon. I'm a registered nurse. I have great concerns regarding the hospitality workers that are being put in a position to receive the experimental COVID-19 mRNA gene modification injection or lose their job. A notice was sent to licensees for additional considerations for vaccine efforts, to include having legal counsel together with company leadership and HR to review the EEOC for guidance in what companies can or cannot do to accomplish workforce vaccinations. They are to take immediate remedial measures to correct deficiencies in company vaccination efforts, and if necessary, prepare to account to the board on the company's vaccination efforts if they want to increase their floor gaming capacity. Is this a board or a dictatorship? Don't do it or else. It baffles me. The notice also said these hospitality workers are a continuing threat to the health and well-being of the population. Excuse me, in the hospitality industry. These are human beings. These are not people that are, these are people. We're acting like they're different than us. I don't know. I don't understand that. Seems like discrimination to me. The board will take action against those that place short-term gain in violation of current emergency directives. What emergency? The flu comes and goes every year. It's all sounds suspect to me. This injection does not reduce transmission, hospitalizations, or deaths. It is experimental, and as such, it cannot be mandated. Manufacturers are free from liability. However, the PrEP Act does not shield employers or businesses who force or require experimental shots. Many insurance companies will not pay for adverse reactions in adverse events when someone is in a clinical trial. This is a clinical trial. The Nuremberg Code goes into great detail about informed consent because they understood the power that scientists and physicians have to sway people in consenting. VAERS reports 192,954 adverse reactions. 17,190 were serious injuries, with 4,434 resulting in deaths. VAERS is a voluntary reporting system. It's difficult to use. It's behind in reporting, and OSHA discourages employers from using it. 2 of my family members received the jab. They were hospitalized for stroke shortly thereafter. And then last weekend, a family friend received the shot to protect elderly people that she was with. She had a massive stroke and she died 4 days later. The UK recently declared COVID-19 vaccine unsafe for humans. 4 British Airways pilots died in 1 week. More than 38,000 physicians were tried for unethical medical programs. Human beings were forced or coerced to comply with medical experiments in Nuremberg, Germany. It sounds a lot of like what's happening today, and you're a part of it. Will you go along to get along? Nevada received the second largest amount of COVID relief money with less than 4 million people. Is it about safety, or is it about money and control? Dietrich Bonhoeffer chose to take a stand because he was convinced that silence in the face of evil is evil itself. God will not hold us guiltless. To not speak is to speak, to not act is to act. Will you choose to speak and act, or will your name be added to the 38,000 physicians in Nuremberg, Germany for crimes against humanity? Now that you have been informed, will you consent or decline? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments in Carson City? Okay, please step forward, state your name for the record. Okay.
My name's Barb Mathers. For the record, I would like to know why this is even a topic of discussion. Forcing vaccine passports and mandating vaccines is completely the opposite of what our country stands upon. any kind of force of any choice is the complete opposite of what our country stands upon. And why would health decisions and any kind of medical history be public record? Do you discuss your monthly pap smears at the grocery store? Do you post on Facebook when you had your latest colonoscopy? You laugh, but this is something that doesn't need to be discussed in public. Vaccine passports are completely wrong on every level possible. If someone wants to go ahead and get the shot, as we've discussed it as the jab and lots of different terms, that's totally up to them. I certainly don't want to be a guinea pig. The side effects that come from the jab are a whole lot worse than just getting COVID. My husband is employed by one of the essential big box stores, and it's currently, if you don't have the shot, you have to wear a mask in the store. So everybody who's gotten the shot is walking around without masks on, and everybody who hasn't gotten it, I like how you guys all looked down when I started talking. That's really nice. Everybody who hasn't gotten the shot has to wear a mask. So all of the employees are aware of who's received it and who hasn't. In order to not wear a mask at this store, you have to show your vaccine card, sign paperwork that you've received it, and have it on record that you've received it in order to not wear a mask. It sounds like that's what you guys are planning on doing for your employees. This is not something that should be forced. It's not something that should be required to receive in order to keep your job. And it's not something that you should even be discussing, because medical history and health choices are according to each of us to make on our own. It's not something that should be forced or mandated by any kind of employees. So I'm standing here for the record to say that I'm completely against vaccine passports. I'm completely against mandating vaccines, and I am for the Constitution and having the choice to make any choices that we want to as Americans. And I'm absolutely against the Gaming Control Board forcing this on their employees. I'm born and raised in Nevada. I've lived here my entire life. My parents lived in the same house since I was 2, and I have never ever been as sad with our state as I have under Sisolak. I am completely disgraced by the choices our state is making. We are trying to push all kinds of ridiculous things through our state, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Stand up for the citizens of this state. We don't want this, and I don't want it forced on anybody.
Thank you. Additional comments? Okay, please state your name for the record.
Yes, sir, we have many more. Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, and Member Katsaros. Secretary Bell, for the record, Cindy Martinez. It didn't start with the gas chambers. It started with one party controlling the media, one party controlling the message and deciding what is truth, one party censoring speech and silencing opposition, one party dividing citizens into us and them and calling on their supporters to harass them. It started when good people turned a blind eye and let it happen. I denounce the weaponization of the GCB's bureaucratic administrative state during the pandemic against the gaming industry and its employees. This board also seeks to demolish the constitutional rights of its own employees. In notice to licensees 2021-26 dated April 2nd, Chairs Gibson and Moran presented the ominous warning of more contagious variants of the original SARS-CoV-2 virus and the necessary vaccination penetration of the hospitality workforce. The notice issued a veiled threat of revocation of a privileged gaming license if they were not vaccinated. This board and commission, empowered by the tyrannical and vindictive Steve Sisolak, destroy businesses and livelihoods of restricted licensees while enriching themselves and the big casino owners, all of whom are now flush with federal relief money, while the working class in Nevada continues to struggle. Chair Gibson's Dear Board Colleague memo bears much of the same threatening language for board employees regarding back status, verification and disciplinary action for those who don't wear a mask. Chair Gibson claims those who choose to go without a mask are violating board policy and state law and subject to discipline. This agency should not be implementing regulations or policies that undermine and violate state and federal anti-discrimination statutes. To be clear, there is no law requiring a mask. Masks do not work. The jabs administered under the FDA's emergency use authorization are not approved. Those citizens who submitted to the jabs are now enrolled in the largest human drug trial in world history. As of June 25th, VAERS reported over 6,100 deaths attributed to the shots since December 2020. Yet this board pressured the gaming industry to subject their employees to experimental treatments in order to reopen their businesses. Shame on the Gaming Control Board. Shame on the gaming industry for putting your profits before your employees. Shame on the leadership of the Enforcement Division. You swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of Nevada. Shame on you for your dereliction of duty of failing to step into the breach between the governor and this board and the vulnerable citizens and business owners in this state. Shame on you for failing to refuse unlawful orders. Shame on the division chiefs for subjecting your employees to unconstitutional and discriminatory treatment. This is manifestly evil. The Nazi guards of World War II were just doing their jobs too. I retired from the Enforcement Division March 14th of 2020. I worked straight through the H1N1 pandemic of 2009 to 2010 using my common sense. This has been a lie from jump. We, the citizens of Nevada, stand with board employees who know these directives are wrong, immoral, and illegal. We stand with gaming licensees who suffered under this abuse of power. We stand with those gaming employees who, fearing for their jobs, submitted to a poison jab because they were afraid of losing their jobs. May God have mercy on your souls.
Thank you. Please step forward and state your name for the record.
Patrick Lear, the record. So I'd like to state my opposition to, first of all, masks. Masks, well, first of all, let's look at the size of a virus. A virus is 50 times smaller than a bacteria and 1,000 times smaller than a human hair. So you can imagine that wearing a mask is akin to putting chain link fence on your windows and expecting it to keep flies out. It has no benefit. The only thing you're doing by forcing people to wear masks is to discriminate against them and to force them to show their vaccination status. Now, the problem with the vaccination, I shouldn't be using the word because it's not a vaccine. It has never fit that. It's been used by the medical industry, by the pharmaceutical industry as a way to hide from or to gain immunity from or liability or protection, liability protection. Basically, what we have is we've got, as somebody else here mentioned, 6,100 people have died from shots, from this experimental shot in the last 6 months, and that exceeds by far the deaths of all vaccinated people over the last 20 years. With a normal shot, what we've seen in the past is that once 25 people have died from that shot, the entire program is shut down. We're at 6,100 and we're still pushing it. And by pushing it yourselves, you're accessories after the fact. The other problem with all of this is that the liability is entirely on the recipient. So you're bullying people to get this thing in order to so-called keep their jobs. But if anything happens to them, it's on them. They die. Do they get any compensation? I don't think so. I haven't seen anything like that. Is the state going to pay for it? If the state's going to pay for it, I'm against the taxpayers paying for it. There's no reason to knowingly enter into liability like this. The other thing that this whole issue presupposes or assumes is that there is no other option. We talk about the fact that you can catch it easily or whatnot. Who cares? Everybody can catch the cold or whatever. It's very transmissible. It doesn't mean we go to these lengths. The question is what's the death rate? We all survive all of that. We survive the cold, we survive the flu. Every year, so many people die from the flu. That's a well-known fact. We don't shut down the country. We don't force people to take vaccines for the flu. It's kind of like trying to keep everybody from the sun because they might get sunburned. So in essence, by pushing all of this, the assumption is that there is no other option. This is an absolutely deadly disease that we all must avoid at all costs, which it isn't. All the premises for this argument are moot. There is no basis for it. So by pushing this, you're obviously getting money from somewhere, or somebody's pushing this for reasons entirely different than health. I believe it's for political power, but that's my opinion. There may be a different reason. So for the record, I'm entirely opposed to this, and I think the board is completely remiss in trying to push this. There is no basis for this agenda whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Please state your name for the record. Welcome.
My name is Catherine Sampson. I'm an advanced EMT, paid EMT for the state of Nevada. I'm not representing the county in this particular thing, so I'm not mentioning the county that I work for. Since last year, I've been keeping up on Dr. Fauci, doing a lot of research on the vaccines, doing some of the stuff that I should have printed off last year because of things that were censored. Dr. Fauci was the leading health expert also for the AIDS virus. My opinion, it was a 40-year disgrace for Dr. Fauci. 40 years later, they still don't have a cure for AIDS. The thing that was censored with the AIDS virus that I actually read, but then it got censored afterwards, was it wasn't AIDS that were killing the people. That's why the demonstrations, they were laying in the ground with their headstones behind their heads, is because the vaccines and the medications were killing. I hope that everybody on this board understands there's 2 states in the United States that never shut down, never put any restrictions on their people, their businesses, nothing. And they kept, evidently the death certificates and everything were done correctly. They had less deaths, less COVID cases in both the states that never shut down. We have a free country. For me, as an advanced EMT, we're not required to have that vaccination, even as an advanced EMT. When that does happen, I'll quit my job and find another one very easily. Very simple. The vaccines also, Dr. Fauci should be in prison for this one because he never stood up for the pregnant women. There was over, what they account for was 30% of women that were pregnant, got the vaccine, had a miscarriage, but they're only claiming 30%. These vaccinations need to completely stop. If you're mandating it for your employees, then you need to realize, well, also because of the shutdowns, you already lost business, you've lost money, you're gonna lose or start hopefully losing employees. Dr. Fauci also was with some of the other, like Ebola, and he was involved in a lot of that. Over in some of those countries, Nigeria, Dr. Fauci is not even welcome into the state anymore. They're into the country, sorry. When they were giving out smallpox vaccinations, it was making them sterile. Dr. Fauci also made a comment, and this was recent, that if you have the vaccine, even if you do get the vaccine, you can still catch COVID. Basically saying it doesn't prevent it. So what is the vaccines even for?
Ma'am, please wrap it up if you would.
Okay, I think that's it.
Thank you very much. Again, 3 minutes, please.
For the record, Pepsi Strasbourg, The board is proposing to ask gaming employees to register voluntarily for their vaccination status. This act is not voluntary. It is under duress imposed by their employer. Other person has mentioned the Nuremberg Code, which established research ethics for human experimentation at the trials at the end of the Second World War. The so-called vaccines are authorized for emergency use by the FDA. Have you heard any updates from the FDA recently? No. The FDA has no good news of the use of the mRNA drugs after 1.5 years of experimentation on human subjects. The board is asking employees to participate in an experiment without full disclosure. Who disclosed that there have been over 6,000 deaths after taking this emergency use drug? Who disclosed that perfectly healthy people had inflammation of the heart and blood clots in their limbs? I personally know 2 people in Carson City whose future is quite uncertain after taking this drug. All of the drugs now have warning labels on their bottles. The board cannot and should not require people to take this jab of this unproven drug. If people want to take it on a voluntary basis, so be it, but no mandatory drug taking. Do you believe that people should disclose their medical information in a company database? How is that consistent with HIPAA laws? Have you heard of the recent cyber attacks from Russia? You are potentially exposing people's medical information to hackers and exposing people to harm, both verbal and physical attacks from people with opposing views. You've seen that in the videos of people in the airline, inside the airplane. My body, my choice. What would you propose next? Stars in our jackets, a la vaccination passports? Don't ask, don't tell. Will the employer take responsibility of all adverse medical effects after employees take their supposedly voluntary jab? Insurance companies can and will refuse treatment to adverse conditions since it was a voluntary jab. Are you willing to be the subjects of medical class action suits? I request this board to reject mandatory vaccines and masks unanimously. I ask the governor to rescind this emergency rule, open our state, and let the people be free. I read recently that the gaming industry had record profits last quarter.
Ma'am, that's 3 minutes. Would you please
Mandated
wrap it up?
vaccines. Thank you very much, Chair Gibson.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, please step forward, if you would. State your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair Gibson and members of the committee here. And I'll just speak up because I have something to say about all of this ridiculousness. But everybody has said it so eloquently before me. I want to ask a question that I called your enforcement agents and asked regarding why everybody had to wear masks in the casinos and have them covered over your nose and your mouth. But if you're smoking a cigarette, you're allowed to blow toxic smoke and germs and viruses or whatever else they had in their lungs into the air, however long they wanted to smoke. And we had to keep our masks up over our nose. If they dropped down, we were being chastised about it. How does that make sense? How was that creating safety in the casino when only the smokers were allowed to breathe air while they were blowing their toxic smoke into the atmosphere. I don't understand the crazy, ridiculous rules you guys come up with. And now you want to make everybody have vaccine passports. Well, I hope anybody that's for this, and I do appreciate these people in here that look like they're actually listening and paying attention. I don't know if you are, but it appears you are, and I thank you for that. And I really wish I was out there where Chair Gibson is instead of standing here in this building when I would really rather be somewhere else. So thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. And just to address that last comment, I'm on family vacation outside of Yellowstone, so I'm participating from afar. So forgive my outfit, if you would. Please state your name for the record.
Jolene Turner. So I'm assuming that all of you have maybe been forced to get the vaccination, fake vaccination also. And I just wanted to let you know that, you know, when time comes, when you guys have heart problems or anything like that, how are you going to feel when you've been imposed on? And I'm assuming that's what's happened. And I'm assuming that the federal government has done it for the federal funding of the state. And graphene dioxide has just been found in the Pfizer vaccine, and it's a carcinogen for sure. This isn't mainstream yet, but I'm sure it all will become that. And yeah, it's ridiculous. People are dying. I've known multiple people who have died. The CDC won't release their bodies to their families. My aunt's mom, everybody's had to have stents in their heart. They've had to drive themselves to the hospital after having heart palpitations and episodes. And, you know, I hope none of you have to experience any of that, because this is genocide. That's what this is. It's a bioweapon. So I don't know how informed you all are, but I know the mainstream media isn't informing any of us with the truth. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay, please state your name for the record. Is that it? Is that all in Carson City?
Good morning, Chair Gibson. Thank you. For the record, Joey Gilbert, lawyer. And I stand here today representing and on the request of thousands of gaming industry employees. I believe the problem is that, not that we disagree, the problem is that we don't have the same facts. I believe that we would all be on the same side if we had the same facts. And so here are some of the facts you may not know. The inventor of the mRNA, Dr. Malone, says we should immediately halt the COVID vaccine as it's far too dangerous. Dozens of scientists and physicians groups have stated that we should not give the vaccines to persons under 30, or more appropriately, under 50, depending or not on whether or not you want to procreate or have children. There is a citizens petition, 20 pages long, signed by 27 scientists and professors from across the world demanding that the vaccines be taken off the market immediately. 99% of vaccine-related deaths are due to COVID, and 1% are related to all other 100 vaccines combined. The number of vaccine-related deaths has skyrocketed. Put another way, it's a 12,500% to 28,000% increase in vaccine deaths. It now exceeds the total amount of vaccine deaths in the 15 years since the VAERS system's been implemented. Young, healthy people do worse. Stronger immune responses create huge problems. And we're not saying this will happen to everyone. We are saying it's definitely happening, and it's unpredictable, and therefore we cannot and should not enforce or force anyone to take something that could harm them, especially if it can harm them a lot. Why have you not heard this? Well, it's right out of George Orwell's 1984, called the Trusted News Initiative, where all the news companies have agreed not to publish anything negative about the shots. To find the truth, you have to look directly at the government sources. and all of them, the Associated Press, BBC, First Draft, Google, YouTube, Hindu, Microsoft, Reuters, Washington Post, all agreed not to allow any critical news of the shots. Why is that? There is no asymptomatic transmission, 100% debunked by a 10 million person study from Wuhan, China, where not a single test positive asymptomatic person made another single person sick. Given there's no public health emergency, that means if you force this shot on someone and they get hurt, you will be liable. The vaccines do not prevent transmission. Pull the EUA. It was only given for emergency use to lessen symptoms. I'm representing real human beings who have been hurt by the shots. So it's one thing if it's your choice to take it and get hurt, but it's a whole nother thing if you're forced and you get hurt. Please reconsider your decisions on these vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Okay. If there are additional comments in Carson City, please step forward.
Our team has completed our mission.
Chair Gibson, there are no additional comments in Carson City.
Okay, well, thank you all for joining us for the time you've been here. Let's go to Las Vegas. Are there any public comments in Las Vegas? Okay, no public comments in Las Vegas, as far as I can see. With that, Madam Secretary, let's close the public comment period and go on to our agenda items. Let's start with non-restricted number 1.
Actually, we have the prior month's disposition first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. We've all had a chance to review the disposition. Is that accurate? Would someone like to make a motion accepting it?
I'll make a motion. I'd like to move to approve the prior month's disposition.
Member
Okay,
Watkins.
Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for the reminder, Madam Secretary. Okay, let's go to non-restricted 1 then.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Scientific Games Corporation for amendment to their order of registration and SG Gaming Inc. doing business as Scientific Games for licensure as an information service.
Okay. Welcome, and please state your names for the record.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of these applications. To my right, on behalf of Scientific Games, Michael Fries. He is the Vice President, Gaming and Lottery Regulatory Affairs and Deputy Chief Compliance Officer. Mr. Fries has appeared before the board several times, but certainly not in front of our new board members. He is responsible for regulatory and licensing sections of the Compliance Department for Scientific Games and its gaming, lottery, and interactive business segments. He also supports the Chief Compliance Officer in all matters, including adhering to the company's compliance plan and advising on regulatory issues. As read into the record by Madam Secretary, the applications before you today include the application of Scientific Games Corporation for an amendment to its 6th revised order of registration, and also an application by its subsidiary, SG Gaming Inc., doing business as Scientific Games, for licensure as an information service as defined by Nevada Revised Statute 463-01642. This license will be a complement to the current licenses held by Scientific Games in Nevada, which include manufacturer, distributor, operator of a slot machine route, interactive service provider, and operator of an inter-casino linked system. These applications are quite straightforward. The company has been licensed here in Nevada for several years, so I don't have anything additional to add regarding these applications, other than a thank you to Supervisor Jake Abba and Agent Ryan Powell. I'll turn it over to Mr. Fries for some additional color, and then we can respond to any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Fries.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, and Member Watkins. It's a pleasure to be here. It's always a pleasure to be here. I can't add a lot to what Sonia said. She summed it up very well. I'll simply state that this will allow the company some flexibility going forward. and happy to answer any questions that any of the board members might have.
Okay. And so just to be clear, you have you've been licensed as an information service in your, it's not, is it the modular open sports platform? No, I'm sorry, it's the OGS, the open gaming system.
That
so now you're
is
seeking the same licensing for
a different
your right. Okay. For your modular open sports platform. Okay. When you say flexibility, can you expand on that a little bit? What do you mean by flexibility?
Well, with the incredible explosion of sports betting across the country, getting an additional entity licensed within the sports wagering arena will allow the company to do some things in the future. And so we're in the process of getting SG Gaming Inc. licensed in all the jurisdictions where sports betting has been legalized.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Good morning,
Please.
Mr. Mays.
Morning.
Mr. Freeze, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, good. Just following up on that question, then where exactly is SG Gaming licensed at now, or Scientific Games around the U.S.? It's for sports betting. Yeah,
for sports betting, it's licensed in a number of jurisdictions. I
guess the question is the question is more to the point of where you're utilizing that system right now throughout the U.S.
Well, right now it's being utilized under a different entity, and that would be the NYX Digital Gaming USA LLC entity. That Scientific Games subsidiary has been licensed everywhere, or is in the process of getting licensed everywhere in the United States where sports betting has been legalized. The company decided that it wanted to get an additional entity licensed for flexibility in the future.
The platform you're utilizing then, was that acquired when you actually acquired NYX a few years back?
Yes, sir.
Along with the online gaming system as well?
Yes, sir. That came with the NYX acquisition in early 2018.
Okay, but are you utilizing that system throughout the U.S. right now in those markets? There's approximately 20 different markets right now that offer sports betting or allow for sports betting. Are you guys utilizing that system in those markets? And
yes, it's customer driven. With the customer, what system it wants. We have various systems that we offer. We offer the OGS. We offer an OPS, which is kind of a back of the house product. So it depends on what the customer prefers.
Is your sports betting system part of the OGS, or is that a separate system?
It is a system that it's a platform. I would describe it more as a platform that
your OGS is for your online gaming operations for casino. Is that also encompass the sports betting side as well?
The OGS itself is not. No, it's an open bet platform. That's what we call it, an open platform, and for the sports betting.
So because you got your PAM, which is the system you just referenced, and you got your OGS, and you have separate is the sports betting. The article I had recently read basically suggested that at some point there may be an intention to split off the lottery and the digital, is it the sports betting side of the system? Sorry, of your operations.
We made that announcement last Tuesday that we are exploring those strategic opportunities.
And is your sports betting vertical within your business part of the digital side of the business, is where my question is going, because I'm wondering how you would end up splitting that up. Or is that sports betting part of your gaming division?
No, it is part of the digital division.
Okay. So then the information system, or the information service approval you already have is under NYX. This one you're seeking now would be for SG Gaming to allow for that flexibility in the event that the company would like to maneuver a little bit differently in the future. That's all we're looking at here.
Correct.
Okay. It seems very straightforward then. I didn't have any further questions along those lines.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
This looks like a straightforward application to me for amendment to order registration and licensure as a information service. So I don't have any questions.
Okay, Ms. Vermees, I assume you've read the 7th revised order.
We have, and we find it acceptable. Thank you.
Okay, all right. With that, I'd ask if one of my colleagues would make a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to the 7th revised order of registration, draft number 1, dated June 4th, 2021.
Okay, Madam
Member
Secretary.
Watkins. Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Secretary, let's go to non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Play AGS Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Okay. Welcome again, Ms. Vermees.
Good morning again, Chair Gibson, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of this application. Appearing in person this morning, I think I saw them walking up to the podium, Amy Lawrence, Compliance Officer for AGS, and Vic Gallo, General Counsel and Secretary. As read into the record, this is the application of Play AGS Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 16.115. Ms. Lawrence will give a brief affirmative presentation in support of this application, and I believe you were provided with some written materials that are confidential as well.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Lawrence.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. I'm Amy Lawrence, Compliance Officer for AGS. We do not have a presentation. We were hoping that the 2-page summary would speak for itself, but I'm here and available for any questions you might have.
Okay. We've seen the 2-page confidential supplement. Thank you for providing that. We won't discuss it in open meeting. I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
I actually didn't have a chance to review the 2-page summary, but we did have a briefing yesterday from our agent, so I got a better understanding of Play AGS. I would just like to hear from you, if you could just give a brief update as to where the company is these days, sort of globally, your business operations, and kind of give this board an update on your operations.
Yeah, I think I'll just kind of briefly touch on the 3 segments where we are. I'll go with where we ended Q1. We estimate approximately 99% of our domestic EGMs were active at the end of Q1 2021. Domestic RPD increased nearly 30% year over year. Domestic installed base, this is all EGM, by the way, I'll hit the other 2 segments quickly. Domestic installed base decreased by 2,300 units. Most of that was intentional. We like to prune, get the best product out there. We sold 289 units into 14 states and 2 Canadian provinces. And our star wall, we had 120 units placed. So
sorry, what was that?
The star wall, it's really beautiful. I don't think we have any in Reno right now.
Oh, it's your product line, your star wall?
Yeah, it's a nice cabinet. It goes behind a 3-pack or a 6-pack. Really just makes the product pop. We do have some of those in Las Vegas at several properties. I think in 1 or 2 placed in the new resort world. So if you get to that new location, you'll see that. So that's kind of where we are in the EGM. So we do have the 3 product lines. We have slots for tables. Our adjusted EBITDA increased 57% year over year. So that was again to end Q1 of 2021.
Sorry to interrupt. When you say tables, are you talking ETGs or are you talking?
No, felt. We do have some progressives. We have now 2 shufflers. So we do have a full suite, I would say, when it comes to tables, but not electronic.
Physical tables.
Physical tables, yes. And we have site license agreement lives with 6 operators, but none in Las Vegas, if I remember right. Then our 3rd product line would be interactive.
And we do have both a social side and then a real money gaming side. So the social side came online in 2015 with an acquisition, and the real money gaming side came online in 2018. We're in New Jersey, we're in Michigan, and we're in Pennsylvania.
And do you guys have your own RGS, or are you supplying it sort of as fixed odd games, licensed content to third parties?
We do have our own platform, and then we supply our own games as well as third-party content.
So you have your own RGS that you integrate directly to the other platforms, and then you also license your content to third-party RGS suppliers as well.
Correct.
How's that going?
It's going well. We believe that our product is better than the product of the third parties, but we do offer both. Yeah,
Great.
and it's the product that, again, we basically take our slot machine content and then make it available online.
You said New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and
Michigan.
Already.
Yes.
And Canada online?
We do. I think it's Quebec and Ontario. Is that right?
Are those the two markets you reference as well, where you're selling land-based machines
We're
as well?
we're in, I think, just about every Canadian province. Yeah, but just the two from the online side. But land-based, we've been in for a while.
And those are the three product lines. You don't have any casino management solutions. The genesis of the company, the roots of the company, was it American Gaming Systems originally, going back about 2 decades or so?
About that in Class 2 product.
In Class 2? Was that primarily Oklahoma, California?
Yeah, this is Vic Gallo. I've been here about 11 years with the company, so I have a little more history than Amy, but yes, that's correct. Came out of Oklahoma Class 2 environment, and we grew into Class 3 through various acquisitions after Apollo acquired.
And you're still active in the Class 2 markets as well?
That's correct.
That's part of your machine sales and leases.
Yeah, we're still heavily concentrated in Class 2, Oklahoma, Alabama, California, throughout the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's your own system, your own central system for those?
That's correct. Yes.
I don't believe I had anything else at the moment. I did want to get an update on that. I've not seen you before this board the last 2 years.
Yeah, this is the first time
Yeah,
I think
that's one
meeting
reason
you
we
as
wanted
well.
to come here is I think all three board.
I certainly appreciate that. I have seen more and more your product sprouting up on the floors. Prior to me being in this position, I was on sort of that side of the aisle, and so I'd like to dabble and test out some of the other machines. So I'm familiar with yours. When you said the wall, I believe I know what you're talking about. You've got some colorful lighting on the sides that almost look like stars or what have you. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that opening.
Good morning, Ms. Lawrence and Mr. Gallo. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
So we just got some updated information yesterday, and I just wanted to verify. So this is the application for a continuous or delayed public offering. And you reported to us that you didn't make any public offerings under previous shelf approval, and that Play AGS has 118 employees in Nevada,
Correct.
approximately 10 located in the Reno area, and the remainder located in the Las Vegas area.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Gibson, I did have one other point to follow up on.
Please.
While we were talking about the Class 2 markets, you mentioned Alabama. I'm not sure if you're able to speak publicly in terms of what potential litigation may or may not be occurring there. If you're not, please don't feel like as if you need to. We've got an update from the investigators, and they have given me a better understanding. And in terms of that, I would assume this wouldn't just be a flashpoint for just you, that this has been a question sort of more globally throughout the United States at some point or another, and this has already been vetted and resolved. But if you would.
Yeah, and the question you're raising is about tax issue. Exactly. The state of Alabama, piece of their equipment at a tribe in Alabama, and their contention that they tax the equipment, Class 2 equipment at the tribe. That style of case has been, as you alluded to, in some other jurisdictions recently. In Oklahoma, since the Supreme Court in favor of the tribe, as have some jurisdictions. Can't predict the outcome in Alabama, but I'm hopeful they will follow precedent in Oklahoma.
Okay, because in reading it, just a light bulb came in my head that this had to have been discussed somewhere at some point elsewhere.
This is about the 5th jurisdiction.
Okay. Is this with regard to sales, or is it with regard to lease revenues, or both?
Mainly lease revenue. Yeah. use.
Understood. Okay. I'm not looking to make news here, but I did want to understand that further because there could be wider implications there.
And we're not other factors.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions, my colleagues? If I could, so Ms. Lawrence, tell us about, just talk a little bit about, so you're asking for a shelf here, 3 years, and your debt ratio is increased quite a bit for the last several years. If you do use this shelf, is there any concern on the part of the company with regard to additional debt?
I know that we're meeting our debt covenants as it is right now. I believe this was the first time we had to do a debt certificate. Am I right, Vic, for this last quarter? We do it every quarter, but I believe this was the first time we had to be measured against it. Not at this time. There are no concerns of meeting the obligations.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so you've seen the order, I assume, Ms. Lawrence, Ms. Vermees?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And there's nothing objectionable in there to you, either of you?
The order looks fine. We do also want to thank Supervisor Luke Rippey and Senior Agent Candice Nishizawa for their work on this application.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, if there are no further questions from my colleagues, I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to draft number 1 of the order date May 27th, 2021.
Okay. Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go on to Madam Secretary. Please read a non-restricted 3 into the record, if you would.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Penn National Gaming, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering and Tropicana Las Vegas, Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering.
Okay. Welcome, and please state your names for the record. Mr. Giordano, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing on behalf of the applicants here today, Penn National Gaming, Inc. and Tropicana Las Vegas, Inc. With me at the podium to my right is Chris Soriano. He's the Chief Compliance Officer for Penn National Gaming. First, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing us to appear via video link from Las Vegas at this meeting. Very briefly, this is the Penn National Gaming's, I believe, 5th continuous delayed public offering approval application in their history here in Nevada. And we really don't have any other formal presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you may have, the board members may have concerning the application or the applicants.
Okay, thank you. The background is suggests no problems with debt coverage, so I don't have any questions with regard to that. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for additional questions.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning.
Good to see you, gentlemen.
Morning.
So thanks for the opening, Mr. Giordano. Rather standard type of application. I know we've seen Penn National before us here numerous times over the, well, probably the last 12 months, it would seem. The investigators didn't come back with anything concerning in terms of the approval, the recommendation for approval of a shelf. So I didn't have any questions there. But I did have a couple of questions just operationally right now. It seems, obviously you guys have operations throughout the entire United States, and it would appear that there's only one operation right now that has not yet reopened post-COVID. Is that correct?
Well, in Nevada, there's the one in Jackpot, there's the Horseshoe Casino is not reopened yet up there. Cactus Pete's, I believe, is reopened. Yes. And the primary reason for that is a great difficulty in getting employees to staff it, and also business considerations up there, whether it's really necessary from a business standpoint to reopen the Horseshoe.
If I may, good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member
Welcome.
Watkins, and Madam Secretary. Chris Soriano, Chief Compliance Officer. As Mr. Giordano said, the Horseshoe is a small satellite property across the street from Cactus Pete's, both up there on opposite sides of the highway in Jackpot. Prior to the COVID closure, Horseshoe, given its size and given its demands, was only open 16 hours a week. The gaming floor was only open on Fridays and Saturdays as an overflow from where Cactus Pete's essentially needed additional capacity. At this point in time, we're keeping a very close eye on demand there and on the labor market and evaluating what we can do there. So far, again, Cactus Pete's is rebounding nicely. We're happy with the performance there. It's exceeding our goals at this point in time. And so we're keeping a close eye on those circumstances and on our ability to do something with the Horseshoe as market conditions dictate. And as I know the board is certainly aware the labor market would permit adequate staffing there.
No, understandably so. It was just more of a question to understand where you're at with your operations. You have some 40 operations plus throughout the U.S. along with horse racing and so forth. I know Horseshoe is a very small operation, not just literally, but also within the grand scheme of things with your operations too. But is it accurate to state that all of your other operations, your casino gaming operations throughout the U.S. have opened?
Yes, that's correct, Member Katsaros. In some jurisdictions, they're still open, subject to some capacity restrictions and otherwise, but they are all open at this time.
No, that's great to hear. And then our materials did also note that you recently had acquired a track in Texas. You want to talk a bit about that?
Certainly, Member Katsaros. That is a transaction that has not yet closed. We have a 50-50 joint venture for the ownership of Sam Houston Racecourse, which is a thoroughbred and quarter horse operation in just outside of Houston, Texas. That we are in the process of a transaction, as we recently disclosed in our public SEC filings, to buy 100% of that operation, and our joint venture partner would exit. We would then own 100%. We were targeting the end of Q2 to close on that transaction. We are obviously that date has come and gone, but we are moving towards a closing at this point in time. I would expect it to certainly be within this quarter.
Okay, good to know that. Then last sort of topic I wanted to mention, actually there's two. I will note that our investigators had noted the completion of a compliance review that recently occurred. It was with positive results. So I just wanted to say commend you on that. And then the other topic I wanted to ask about was your sports betting operations. As most people would know, you had acquired a significant interest in Barstool Sports, looking to leverage that in order to acquire customers. How's that going?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Member Katsaros. And if I may first address your first point with respect to our compliance review, we very much appreciate Supervisor Rippey and Agent Nishizawa's assistance on that and thorough dialogue and professionalism and comments. There were some suggestions made for improvement by them as part of that. We've taken those to our compliance committee and are reviewing, updating our compliance review and reporting plan, which governs our entire operations, to address those comments. So we certainly appreciate the board's collaboration and the board staff's collaboration on those matters, given the importance that we place at the board level and at the chief compliance officer level on enhancing our procedures as best as we can. So thank you to the board and the staff for that very much. Briefly, Member Katsaros, with respect to the sports wagering operation, we continue to look for opportunities to expand. We're currently live in a number of states with the online sportsbook, the Barstool branded sportsbook. That's Pennsylvania, Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. And we have plans to expand that to jurisdictions where we have a presence and are able to offer that using existing licenses. We also look to states that have authorized online sports wagering, and sort of the for lack of a better term, the untethered model. So Virginia, Tennessee, for example, which do not have land-based casinos. We're obviously looking at opportunities there and looking to expand. I would expect to see that we would launch by the end of the year in a number of additional states in which we operate. And the results have been positive. We like the overlap. We like the brand engagement that we get We like being able to incorporate some unique content into the sports book and to really have the crossover between the gaming side and the media side. We think it's innovative. We really like what we're seeing, and our customers who are using the platform really seem to like the offerings.
And clearly, you guys have a very robust and large online gaming operation already. As I understand, you own most of your technology with respect to that vertical. As far as sports betting goes, do you own your own sports betting platform that you've acquired, or are you contracting with third parties?
We primarily utilize third parties for that, Member Katsaros, at this point.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I didn't have any further questions.
Member Watkins.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I don't have much, just a few confirmations on the record. This is the application for public offering. You don't have any plans to utilize the shelf approval at this period of time?
There is nothing contemplated at this time, Member Watkins. We're certainly seeking the approval so that we have that flexibility.
And more recently, so in May 2020, Penn issued 19.2 million shares of common stock, and then in September 2020, 16.1 million shares.
Yes, that's correct, Member Watkins.
And our report reflects that you currently have the ability to pay your debts. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Member Watkins.
Let me ask you if I can. How is the M doing?
So, Chair Gibson, thank you for the question. It's a property that we're very excited about. It is performing in excess of goals. It's rebounded very nicely, and as the board may be aware, we recently opened the Raiders Tavern there in conjunction with our relationship with the Raiders. That is doing incredibly well. We're really happy with the results that we're seeing there. Our team there, committed Penn team members are working really hard to keep that property doing well and continuing on the path to a strong recovery. Again, that the tavern is just doing incredibly well.
Yeah, it's very well positioned. I mean, right there on St. Rose Parkway with the Raiders just down the street. So that was a great get for you. Congratulations to your team.
Thank you, Chair Gibson.
Absolutely. I have no further questions. My colleagues do not have further questions, then I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to draft number 1 of the order dated May 27, 2021.
Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. It's good to see you. See you both.
Thank you. We wanted to take the opportunity to thank Agent Donald Minchef for his work on the application. He's very professional and good to work with, and we appreciate his efforts. So thank you very much.
And thank you, Chair Gibson and members. It's nice to see you all again, and good to be back here in Las Vegas.
Okay, Madam Secretary, let's go on to non-restricted 4, please.
Non-restricted number 4, the applications of Jet Gaming LLC for transfers of interest. You also have the applications for registration of the EJH Gaming Trust and the TDH Gaming Trust as a holding company, licensure as a member, the pledges as noted on the agenda, and the applications of Timothy Paul Herbst for a finding of suitability as a trustee.
Okay, welcome. And Mr. Giordano, you've already stated your name for the record. And Mr. Herbst, will you please weigh in as well?
Thank you. Again, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary, for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Crono, appearing on behalf of all the applicants here. With me at the podium is Tim Herbst, a applicant for licensure as a trustee of the EJH Gaming Trust and the TDH Gaming Trust. Briefly, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, these applications are basically in the furtherance of the further estate planning of Mariana Herbst, the widow of Jerry Herbst, where now she desires to basically terminate all involvement in the gaming activities of the extended family. And so if you recommend approval of these applications, what's proposed here is that the marital trust and a survivor's trust of the Herbst Gaming Trust would transfer all its membership interests in Jet Gaming LLC to the EJH Gaming Trust and the TDH Gaming Trust respectively, with the result that the three gaming trusts, the Tim Herbst Gaming Trust, the EJH Gaming Trust, and the TDH Gaming Trust would own 1/3 each of the membership interests of Jet Gaming LLC at the end of the day, with Tim Herbst being the trustee of all three trusts. As a way of explanation, Edward Jerry Herbst and Troy Dedrick Herbst do not desire this time to be licensed as trustees or beneficiaries of those trusts. So therefore, we understand that, and they understand completely that no distributions be able to be made to them unless until they are licensed to receive those. And meanwhile, all distributions from Jet Gaming will be retained in the trust. Their long-term plan, I think, is that basically their children will go to be the beneficiaries of those assets and distributions from Jet Gaming to the trust. And so we plan on them getting licensed at the proper time to be beneficiaries of those trusts before they can receive any distributions from the trust in turn as well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we'd have to answer any questions concerning the applicants or the applications.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation, Mr. Giordano, of the two other brothers who are not here and who did not submit applications. I'm glad they're aware that they cannot receive any disposition from the trust until they're licensed. I don't have any questions. I mean, this is fairly straightforward. I turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Morning, Mr. Herbst, Mr. Giordano. Thank you for the opening.
Good morning.
I didn't have a lot of questions either, but I did want to pick up on a point you just mentioned there. They would, of course, not be able to get any distributions from the trust. At a certain point, you said they will come forward for licensure at I'm not sure what words you use, but what point in time were you intending for that to happen?
I think when the children reach the age of majority, 21 or over, they would then be eligible to become licensed as beneficiaries to trust and receive distributions. And so I think it's at that point in time, we would then probably come forward with applications. And when they desire to be licensed beneficiaries, they would come forward for applicants to be licensed as beneficiaries of the respective trusts.
What about with respect to Troy and sorry, is it Ed?
Ed. Yes. Yeah. I'm not aware of them planning right now to come forward at all at any time. Maybe Tim has some more information on that with his brothers, but I'll let
Tim Herbst, I'm president of Jet Gaming, and Greg explained it very well. This is the framework, obviously the groundwork to get these trusts approved. So, either Ed or Troy come forward or their children come forward later with applications for licensure. So, yeah, it's just a framework of future steps, and we hope that you see this for an approval.
Because just so I was clear, I kind of got a little sidetracked there because the application before us just references for the benefit of Edward as well as Troy, correct?
Yeah, and that's just, I think, a name point to let them know that basically these are the two individuals whose trusts are the settlors, if you will, the trusts, but they are not being licensed as trustees or beneficiaries. They have no authority over the trust whatsoever. The authority over the trust is with Tim Herbst, the trustee, and they understand completely. And I believe you have a couple conditions you'd like to put in with respect to making it very clear that neither Ed nor Troy are allowed to receive any distributions from the trust unless until they're licensed as beneficiaries of trust. And I don't know if that's ever going to occur, but certainly that's up to them to decide. And we'll see. All I can say is whatever the future holds is what we'll see.
And as long as we're on the same page there, that in fact you're confirming and it's aware, it's abundantly clear that distributions cannot occur until that approval would happen.
Absolutely.
That is very clear.
Because I'm sure you're familiar with, oftentimes we will get some mea culpas here where it's lost upon the individual that in fact they could not get any of those distributions till that happened. So I wanted to
they understand it very clearly. They understand it very clearly, Member Katsaros, and also it's a very clearly spelled out in each of the trust documents in Article 11 with respect to the prohibitions on that, very clearly spelled out with the usual trust language that the board requires to be in the actual trust documents.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Member Watkins.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So beyond the understanding that distributions can be received until they have come before the board, I don't have any further questions or comments.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
No, I mean, the Herbst family is forever family in Las Vegas. I know the family well. Very well known for its off-road racing and its work in gaming. So yeah, I mean, I know it's a hobby, but it's an inexpensive one. You have to have some incredible trucks. So that's fascinating to me. I appreciate you coming forward today. I have no additional questions either. I'd ask for a motion if one of my colleagues would please make one.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to the following conditions. EGH Gaming Trust shall not make any distributions to any unlicensed beneficiaries, including but not limited to Edward Jerry Hurst, until the beneficiary has been found suitable as a beneficiary of EGH Gaming Trust by the Nevada Gaming Commission. TDH Gaming Trust shall not make any distributions to any unlicensed beneficiaries, including but not limited to Troy Dederick Herbst, until the beneficiary has been found suitable as a beneficiary of TDH Gaming Trust by the Nevada Gaming Commission.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for appearing today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing us to peer review a video from Las Vegas. And we also want to thank Agent Narissa Bridges for her work on the applications. She was great to work with and very professional, and we thank her.
Yes, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Secretary, let's go on to our next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 5, which are the applications of Trucky Gaming LLC, GR Regency Gaming LLC, and Zante LLC for the pledges of their membership interests as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of Trucky Gaming LLC and its affiliates. It's read into the record by Madam Secretary. With me today is Mr. Ferenc Zoni, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Trucky Gaming LLC and its affiliates, and he's attending in Las Vegas, and I see him there, and thank you all for allowing him to attend. He was in the southern part of the state working today, and so I appreciate that accommodation. I would like to take a moment, Mr. Chairman, to recognize Senior Agent Joanne Chamberlain. We've worked with Senior Agent Chamberlain for many years on many projects with Trucky Gaming. She's always prepared, thorough, always professional, and we appreciate her work every time. With that, the matters before you are very straightforward. It's a series of requests for pledges, for pledge approvals related to financing transaction from Umpqua Bank. Loan transaction actually closed in March of this year. The documents and collateral documents related to the loan all provide that the pledges of the equity securities would not be effective unless and until approved by the board and commission. For some quick background on the actual loan transaction, it consists of a 5-year reducing revolving line of credit and a 5-year delayed draw term loan. Proceeds of the revolver were used to pay off or essentially finance existing debt that was used to purchase the Pioneer casinos a few years ago, as well as the Club Fortune casino, which was the most recent acquisition. The proceeds of the revolver were also provided for funding for the transaction related expenses and provided availability for a proposed new subsidiary, which is kind of a thing, has not been created yet, to be a subsidiary of Trucky Gaming for an acquisition of investment. That term loan is available also for that proposed new subsidiary to make additional investments or acquisitions under certain conditions. And in the credit agreement, that's referred to as the Rubico sub, but again, for the record, has not been created and will not be created until there's an actual acquisition. Come back to the commission for approval acquisition. And with that, I'm happy to, and Mr. Ferentz, happy to answer any questions that the board.
Thank you for that, Mr. Alonso. It's always good to see you. I don't normally stray from the agenda item too much, but I would like to know a little bit, if you would, sir, about Club Fortune. I drive by it every day. I live in that part of Henderson. So I want to know how it's doing. It's sort of tucked away back there. And I know it was on a television show some years back where they were trying to, I think rehabilitate certain casinos. So tell me about that.
Club Fortune has been a great turnaround story for us. We knew it was a gem. It was one of those that back several owners back, I had approached Carl Judici, a longtime gaming operator on the property, because I just said, this is a great little store. It goes back when I was a young guy growing up in Las Vegas. It's where the old dog track used to be, the
right.
Greyhound track. Exactly. So it always kind of had there you go. So it had kind of a special place for me, and over the years, just kept trying to acquire the property, and finally, persistence pays off, and we were able to work a good deal here a couple of years back to acquire it. Did a pretty good major renovation on the inside of it, and have kind of just wrapped that up, and the property's doing very well. We're real happy since we've reopened with the property. We love what's going on in downtown Henderson, and kind of that whole area is seeing a lot of rejuvenation, and we benefit from that. Even though we're not on Water Street, we consider ourselves part of what goes on in the Henderson market there. Our main clientele all live within about a 5-mile radius of the property, so it's a very close section of it. But property's done well, it's improved, and we're real happy with it.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Allowing me
and
to
you should stop by when you drive by. You can, you don't have to just drive by. You can come in.
Yeah, I mean, there's some history there. My granddad actually, he helped pass into law the original pure-mutual dog racing law, and they repealed it sometime later. But that's another story for another day. In any case, I have these pledges or these credit agreements are fairly straightforward. I have no questions about them. I turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
The application is pretty straightforward, and I don't have any questions.
Well, I like straying from the applications that are under consideration. I agree with my colleagues, though it is straightforward, although it does give me pause sometimes when the attorney says, oh, these are straightforward, nothing to see here, but indeed, I agree, they are.
It's like showing up for public comment.
I'll hold comment there. So simple debt restructuring. Mr. Ferrazzoni, good to see you. I don't think I've ever seen you before this board previously, but nice to meet you. I do have a question though with regard to your operations now, because Mr. Alonso did hit out on a point that was raised in our report as a suggestion as to a perhaps acquisition or a new property. Is there anything you wish to share at this time with respect to any potential for a new property?
No, and I think that's exactly what this credit agreement allows us. Is it gives us dry powder for in the future for an opportunity should they come along. As you know, Trucky, which was formed in 2013, has had a history of selling properties when it's appropriate. We sold the Sands in downtown Reno at the right time, we felt, and we've turned around and acquired property since then with the Pioneer properties in northern Nevada, Club Fortune in southern Nevada. We like this agreement because it does give us the ability to have dry powder and go out hunting for properties when we find the right one, without having to then have to go find the financing opportunity for it. So it works well for us. We have been a company that looks for the right opportunities to grow it. Nothing quite out there at this time, but you got to be ready.
As far as your operations in northern Nevada, are you pretty pleased where you're at right now? Post-COVID, lights turning back on, patrons coming back?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I think that, we have a great group of young people that operate our operations. Most of them are in what most would consider rural Nevada, you know, when you're in Yarrington and in Dayton and such. Even our Verdi store, which is, you know, outside of Reno proper. It is amazing how things kind of came back on in the locals market pretty strong. As soon as we reopened, the pent up demand was there. I think all of us in that segment, not just our company, have fared well on it. Our biggest challenge has been getting employees to come back to work and to get back into that side of it. I think we all, as an industry, have openings that we'd love to get filled. We'd love to get the employees back, you know, to the level that we had before. We just simply are not getting the applicants, which is a shame, I think, but it's made it a little bit tougher, especially in the food and beverage side of the business, that we need our workforce to get back out there because the customer's there. We just, our patrons are there. We need our staff to get back into it.
It's a common theme, I think, anecdotally, at least, that I'm hearing over and over again. So
absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you for being here today. I didn't have any further questions on this item.
Member Watkins, did you have any questions?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. All right. With that, I would.
You're ready.
Yeah, I'm pleased. I'd entertain a motion if one would provide one.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Member
Okay, Madam
Watkins.
Secretary.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go on to our next item. Madam Secretary, please read it into the record.
Next item is non-restricted number 6, which is the application of Golden Entertainment, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offer.
Again, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Golden Entertainment, Inc. With me today in Las Vegas through video is Phyllis Gilland, who you all know very well. Ms. Gilland is Senior Vice President, General Counsel for Golden Entertainment. I would like to take
welcome, Ms. Gilland.
Good morning.
I would like to take a quick moment to recognize Agent Tipi. Agent Tipi is the first time that we've had a chance to work with him. He did a great job. He was very prepared, very professional. We appreciate his work. Golden Entertainment is before you today for approval of continuous or delayed public offering. Existing order that we have is expiring, and requesting an order for approval of an order for 3 years. For the record, Golden Entertainment meets all of the requirements of NGC Regulation 16.115. It has a class of securities listed on the NSADA Global Market Exchange. It has shareholder equity of 15 million or more, and it has filed all records and reports required by the SEC pursuant to either Section 13 or 15 Act 1994. Also, for the record, Golden has not at this time identified any public offering or any intended potential use of proceeds for public offering. And just for the record, in the event that it does identify a public offering, it could potentially use those funds for acquisitions, for repurchases of stock, debt reduction, debt retirement, capital expenditures, or working capital. And finally, I just wanted to cover that we've reviewed draft order number 1 of the order for the shelf registration. Have no issues in related to this. We'd be happy to answer any questions that board members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. I welcomed Ms. Gilland. You did a great job with your affirmative. You covered everything, I think, any question that I might have. So I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you for your affirmative presentation, Mr. Alonso, and beyond everything you've already addressed, because you clearly knew what to ask, then I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Ms. Gillen, I think we see you here every month, so I'm fully aware of what's going on with your operations. You did skip.
Thank you.
I skipped a
No, I
month.
didn't have any questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to draft number 1 of the order dated May 27th, 2021.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much for appearing, both of you.
Thank you.
you very much. And I would be remiss if I didn't say, and I've been doing this for a long time, that I believe the board does a fantastic job of taking care of the industry, its employees, and its customers. And I support you and hope you continue to do what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. And just so you know, Mr. Alonso, I'm going to catch a bigger fish here in Yellowstone than the hunting trout that you got. So that's what I'm up here for.
I hope you do. That's a pretty tall standard.
All right, Madam Secretary, let's go on to non-restricted number 7, please.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of JH Gaming Trust for registration as a holding company, licensure as sole member, Jeffrey Garcia Manuel for finding of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary, and for licensure as a manager and key employee. You also have the request to withdraw the application to add, remove, or modify conditions.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Manuel. Please state your
Good
name for the
morning,
record, if you would.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Katsaros, Board Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. My name is Jeffrey Manuel, and I'm the General Manager for the Gerald House Motel and Casino. In 2019, I was granted a limited license, and I'm here today to request approval for a permanent license for registration of JH Gaming Trust as a holding company and licensing as a sole member, findings of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary, as a key employee and manager, and add, remove, modify, referred back to staff. The past years were very interesting and challenging. Jailhouse core management and I were able to successfully navigate through the challenges. The first year, we successfully reduced costs by renegotiating contracts like slot participation, building, telephone, and internet contracts. Second year, we successfully navigated through the complete closure due to COVID, consistently changing regulations and changing guidance for COVID-19 protocols. Our recent audit by the Tax and License Division resulted in a clean audit with no violation noted. Thank you again for your time and consideration for my license application, and I can answer any question you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. So tell me, if my colleagues may know this, but what is the gaming market in Ely like right now? Has it picked up?
Yes, sir. It did pick up, and it's mostly right now, mostly locals. It picked up the travel now during the summertime, but during the COVID time, it's mostly local.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
So previously, when you came before the board, there were some concerns related to how often you were at your property and whether or not you had representation in addition to taking a course because you had not had much experience, but I would know that you have signed up or taken that course. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Which one is it? Did you sign up or did you take?
It was recommended and I took it in August. I believe it's August 2019 when I took the compliance class.
So, which addresses the concern with regard to your history in gaming, but additionally, I'm sorry?
Yes, I did. I took that class. In addition, I'm a CPA and I have 22 years experience in gaming, and I specialize in casinos, audits, in compliance issues, and also financial issues.
Thank you for that. And so there was an additional concern as it related to your presence at the property. How often are you at the property?
I am there every other week and every other week that's my schedule, but most of the time I'm there longer, just depending on the situation. And of course, during COVID time, we had to close for I believe a month or 2 months. So I wasn't there until we had to reopen.
Okay. And then you have outside counsel available at your discretion. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We contacted and talked to Greg Gemignani of the Dickinson Wright Law Firm that if we have any issues, it was initially Jennifer Roberts, but I believe Jennifer Roberts uh, went to other work for government agencies. I'm not sure. And then she referred us to Greg Gemignani.
Okay. And you utilized him?
Oh, not recently, ma'am.
Okay. So you've been handling all this on your own. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. A lot of the questions, if I have compliance issues or regulatory issues, there are some free resources, just like the Gaming Control Board, which I utilize a lot for any questions that we have, any procedural changes or internal control changes that we try to do. We ask the advice of most the Gaming Control Board, tax and license department, or the audit department to make sure that we're in compliance before we implement any kind of procedures.
Okay. Just checking.
So for the
Well, thank
record,
you.
Greg Gemignani is his name. He's a very good attorney. I practiced with him at Lionel Sawyer for years. The Gaming Control Board does not provide legal advice, right? So if you need legal advice, you need to get outside counsel.
Absolutely, sir. If it's regarding legal advice, I would seek the law firm Dickinson Wright. But any kind of I'm stating that any kind of internal control procedures, regulatory issues that we're going to implement to the casino is that we ask the advice of the Gaming Control Board. It's just procedural issues, making sure that we're following the regulations.
I did have one more question. What's the status of Las Vegas Capital loans?
Las Vegas Capital loans, ma'am, it's very little. We're not doing anything at all. We're not pushing it at all. I am not pushing it at all, just because of it's not the focus right now. It's pretty much on the shelf, not on the shelf. It's operational, but on the shelves.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Good morning, Mr. Manuel. How are you?
Good morning, Board Member Casaros.
Good to see you again. I was actually here a couple of years ago when you were initially before this board for licensure.
Absolutely. That was really very, very, very interesting.
Yeah, and it's difficult. I understand that. I mean, you're here today without legal counsel and representation. You're not required to have any. I will say I commend you on what you've done over the past couple of years. The concerns 2 years ago in summary was a question of whether or not you'd have proper supervision given your proximity to the location, as well as your business acumen in general with the property. And I can say, based upon the materials that we have, I can say in my personal estimation, you hit it out of the park. We've had an audit done since the time of your last licensure. Again, that was the reason for the 2-year limitation, just to make sure we're keeping you in check until such time you can come before us. And then in the interim, we've had an audit, and that audit came back crystal clear.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Our staff indicated that you've been a pleasure to work with. They said, I think the word was excellent audit. Oftentimes even experience and savvy, and not to say you're not savvy, but long experienced operators will have issues as well. You have an operation here of over 100 slot machines, give or take. You have hotel rooms, a couple of restaurants, bar, etc.
Yes, sir. That's accurate.
And so there's a lot there. And that's where the concern was really coming from originally with myself and the other two prior board members. So I didn't have any other questions for you, given the materials that we had and given the fact that you had no violations during that last audit. So I did want to commend you and just indicate that I'm happy to support your application here today.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. And so you're still committed to spending 17 to 20 days a month at your property?
Yes, sir. Yes, but I requested a add or remove to be referred back to staff. I understand that that I'm definitely committed to go into that property, but if I could request that to be removed, because I understand the importance of being there, but with I'm gonna be there, but the technology and the core management that we have, I think we could. I would definitely request that to be removed if possible.
Okay, so as it's agendized, there's a request to withdraw that application. With that, I'd ask for a motion.
Excuse
We
me,
can get
Mr.
clarification
Chairman,
if we need to.
Yeah, on that fourth application, we need that one referred back, and we can take it up later to remove the condition. There's a fourth condition that like to
Right.
remove,
Okay.
but we can't act on it today. So if you can refer
Right.
it back, we'll deal with it later.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so two sets of two different motions, it sounds like.
So is my understanding that there will be no conditions? Is that correct? Because they automatically expire.
Yeah, that's correct. So the fourth application needs to be referred back. Chair can do that, and then the other conditions will remain. So there's no conditions. Chair Gibbs, can you refer that fourth one back?
Yes, I'll refer back the application to add, remove, or modify conditions to license. And then we're back to the remaining three.
So I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Member
Madam
Watkins,
Secretary.
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson,
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Mammo. Appreciate your
Thank you
appearance.
Thank you for your time, and please thank Special Agent Jason Mollis. It was a pleasure working with him. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Madam Secretary, let's go on to our next item, please.
your next item is non-restricted number 8, which is the application of Thomas Katsaros for licensure as a key employee of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., and the application to add, remove, or modify conditions.
Chair Gibson, before we move forward with this item, I have a, well, not a disclosure, but a recusal in relation to non-restricted item number 8, Thomas Katsaros, who's here before us today for licensure. He is my brother, my older brother, and I will therefore be recusing myself from this entire agenda item.
Okay, thank you for that, Member Katsaros. It's a rare occurrence on this board. That's good. Welcome. Please state your names for the record, if you would.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. With me today is NRSI's Gaming Director, Thomas Katsaros. We're before you today on NRSI's application for Mr. Katsaros' licensure as key employee, as Gaming Director, as well as the request of NRSI to modify some of its license conditions. If it pleases the board, we'd like to have Mr. Katsaros tell you a little bit about his background and answer any questions you might have. And then I will provide a short affirmative presentation to give some context on why the company is asking to modify its license conditions.
Yes, that sounds good. Please, Mr. Katsaros, go ahead and tell us about yourself, if you would.
My name is Thomas Katsaros. I've been in the gaming industry for most of the last 30 years on the customer service side, on the accounting side, and also as an audit agent for the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I worked for the board for about 5 years, about 20 years ago. And since then, I've, as I mentioned, had various different roles in the industry, primarily accounting, operations, and customer service.
Okay, you've got a very clean background, which I'd expect, being the member of, or being the brother of Phil Katsaros. Thank you for that. And Mr. Smith, go ahead and give us an overview, if you would, of your other request.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. NRSI's request to modify its license conditions are driven by the organizational changes that have occurred in the company since the conditions were put in place. When the current licensing conditions were put on NRSI's licenses, they matched the organizational structure of the company. At that time, the CFO/COO and general manager positions exercised a significant influence over decisions concerning the licensee's gaming operations. However, that is no longer the case. To give a bit of context, at that time, NRSI's current president, Ms. Paula Graziano, was the general manager. When she was promoted to president, she took those responsibilities with her. To give a little bit more context, at that time, when Ms. Graziano was promoted, there was one other general manager who also exercised significant influence over decisions concerning the gaming operation. That was Mr. Steve Hickson, but he has since retired. Not to age Ms. Graziano, but together with Mr. Hickson, they had over 50 years in gaming altogether, including nearly 35 years at the Gaming Control Board. They were well suited to make those types of decisions. However, now the general manager position has different responsibilities than it did when those licensing conditions were put in place. Additionally, the current condition requires NRSI to license its CFO/COO, which is a position that is no longer in NRSI's organizational structure. Until the gaming director position was created, the general managers were reporting directly to Ms. Graziano, and she was making all of the gaming policy and standard decisions and directing the general managers on how to implement those standards. The gaming director position was created as a go-between for the president and general managers. Now, instead of Ms. Graziano making all of those final decisions, the gaming director, Mr. Katsaros, would be able to make significant decisions for the company that rise to the level of requiring a licensed employee to be involved. As Mr. Katsaros mentioned during his statement, he has significant experience in gaming and working at the Gaming Control Board. Therefore, the company requests a modification on its license condition to be required to license those employees who are responsible for implementing the gaming policies and procedures, instead of making it based on the title of CFO or general manager, which at this time would be Mr. Katsaros and Ms. Graziano. The second modification that's requested really is just meant to bring the current, it would mirror the current condition to align with what we're proposing on the first condition. The condition requires the company to file an org chart anytime the CFO or general manager changes, and we would request that it be modified so that we would be required to file an org chart in the event that one of the people who are responsible for implementing gaming policy and procedures changed. And finally, there's a request to remove a condition, as that current condition requires the company to file a report with store managers and location managers, but the company's current organizational structure no longer includes store managers or location managers, and so this doesn't seem to apply.
Tell me about that. What do you mean by that? Store managers, location managers no longer exist?
Correct. Yeah, the current organizational structure has the general managers reporting to the gaming director, and then under them there are assistant general managers, managers, and assistant managers. At the time that this condition was placed on the company, there were positions, store managers and location managers. And the organizational structure has just changed so that those positions no longer exist.
Okay.
And with that, we're happy to answer any questions. I would like to express our thanks to Special Agent Jason Mollitz for his work on this item. And we also have an item that's on the consent agenda, the restricted agenda, and so we won't have the opportunity to thank Agent Broomfield, but we'd like to thank her for her work on that as well. We're happy to answer any questions.
The staff always appreciates the gratitude from applicants. Yeah, let me separate out the two questions. So first, Mr. Katsaros, I have no questions at all about your application. I will gladly support it. With regard to the modification of the various conditions, and it looks like we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 conditions. One of the challenges we have as a gaming control board is that as companies try to attempt to become leaner, G&A functions are generally loss leaders. So compliance is one of the first things that is cut. I mean, you're not going to see obvious benefit or financial benefit from compliance. And so I don't want to further reduce the reporting structure of your compliance side. I'll just put that on the record. That's my position. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, Member Watkins, for additional questions and comment.
Good morning. Still morning. Just checking to see if it's still morning. I appreciate, Mr. Katsaros, your history in working with the Gaming Control Board and the service you provided, and also your expertise in gaming. And I fully support your application was clean, and you were also before the board 2 years ago. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I fully support your application as a key employee, game director, as gaming director. I don't know if I can take this right now and make a motion as it pertains to the first application. Is that doable, or should we finish discussing the second matter?
I think we'd have to take them. Can we take them separately or together, Chief Labadie?
Well, I guess it depends on what you're going to do with the second.
So can I take the first one now then? Is that okay? And
Member Watkins, this is my son, office, and you can separate these out if you like. Take this application. Do it that way.
Yeah.
Take up a second.
Yes, that's what I like to do. Is that okay with you, Chair Gibson?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do that.
Okay, so I would like to move to recommend approval of the application for licensure as a key employee as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Okay, let's go back to the second item, modification of the conditions.
So as the second item, I do have questions. And I think the elephant in the room, the question is, how do you propose to manage 156 locations with over two licensees potentially, or with that limitation?
Our organizational structure is pretty solid. Cannon mentioned that we start with assistant managers to store managers, assistant general managers, and up to myself and to the president of the company. So as far as managing the properties day to day, we have a very efficient operation that we're very comfortable with. As far as our compliance with gaming regulations, we have a very strong support staff with a very strong compliance department. So we are already managing that. So we are comfortable going forward that if there was just two licensees, that nothing would be disrupted as far as any communication or any compliance with gaming regulations.
So I would ask you for a second to put yourself in our shoes, right, with that, because you were on this side before, right? With that, with that level of limitation, is that something you would be comfortable with?
Yeah, yes, I would. Like I said, our operation I'm very comfortable with it, and our record, I believe, shows that we've performed to earn this. And the fact that two licensed people are at the top doesn't change the fact that our structure really does allow us to perform at a high level as far as compliance.
So I understand that there was some back and forth with the staff, where the staff inquired of you, what if there's something going on at multiple locations at one time that requires someone who's licensed to be present at those locations, with the understanding that you don't intend to replace or seek licensure for general managers that are replaced in the future?
In the event that there were multiple issues at the same time, They would all be communicated like they currently are now, and we would just evaluate where we need to be present for the most serious situations. But I don't know that we would have any concerns at all operationally that we would take care of the situation regardless of it is. We are spread out all over Nevada, but we do have, again, a solid operation as far as compliance with the gaming regulations.
What is the greatest distance between your locations?
That would be Laughlin to Jackpot.
That's a bit, that's
Say, yeah, I would be guessing it's got to be around 500.
okay. So I am also having a hard time with this. As you know, our staff has concerns with it. I understand and appreciate your expertise. I do. And I understand and appreciate the need for efficiency, especially given these times, given, you know, the hardship on all businesses and all people as it relates to COVID, the need to do more with less, to cut back, to be efficient, cost effective. I understand those needs, and I understand that you all also were, you know, the organization was attempting to centralize decision making. Is that correct?
That's correct. All the general managers currently implement all the policies and procedures that we developed at the executive management level. So that because operationally the general managers don't necessarily have all the things that may require licensure in our view, that's why this is.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
The decision making for policies and procedures at the company is made between the president and the gaming director.
Mhm.
We currently have, as I mentioned, different levels of staff at the stores. They're there to implement all the policies and procedures that we've established as a company.
As it relates to gaming also?
As it relates to gaming also.
So shouldn't they be licensed if they're implementing policies and procedures as it relates to gaming?
They're ensuring that what we've implemented is continuous.
Okay, I understand that. From my perspective, decision making isn't synonymous with a license. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so from my perspective, you know, your organizational structure or your needs for centralized decision making don't necessarily, doesn't necessarily affect our need to maintain a certain level of oversight with regard to licensees or to licenses. Does that make sense to you?
I understand.
Okay. So I think from my perspective, you can still affect the change you need organizationally without necessarily having us, from a regulatory sense, further decrease our oversight with respect to the requirements to have someone licensed as it pertains to a certain ratio. It's 10 right now of locations and managers. So is there anything else that you wanted to say? Or
Yes, Ms. Graziano would like to add something.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Paula Graziano. I'm the president of Nevada Restaurant Services. And I just wanted to give a brief history of how these conditions came into place back 16 years ago when I first started for Nevada Restaurant Services. We had approximately 25 locations. And we were called before the board because of lack of compliance with gaming regulations. And at that time, our structure was just a CFO and myself. And the Gaming Control Board felt that if we added these conditions to our license, that it would help with our previous compliance issues that we had. Over the years, we have expanded and we have different levels of management that oversee our locations. So with this request, we are asking not necessarily to reduce the number of people who oversee our locations, but actually license the people that make the decisions that are implemented throughout our company. So we hopefully I could clarify that we are not making it leaner. We have more people than we ever have, and we have more levels of supervision, especially over areas that we think need to have it more than others. So with 25 locations and having a structure like this, it does limit us of what we can do. And now we feel that we could have, if with this, we would have more flexibility to manage as we see it, where we might have compliance issues. We could add more people to oversee those areas where we feel it's needed, and less where, you know, we don't feel it's needed. And I think we've, for the past 16 years, have proven that we are capable of making those good decisions to make sure that we're in compliance with the Game Control Board. And previously, before I arrived, we didn't have anybody on our staff that had Game Control Board experience or compliance experience. And through this time, we hired Mr. Hickson, and he's still on our compliance committee. We have Patty Becker on our compliance committee. We are dedicated to being compliant. And with Tom, with his experience that he has, I mean, I feel we're really strong. And maybe this is outdated. I don't know if it can be updated so that it meets, you know, 100 plus locations. But I do promise you that we are not lean. We would like more, and welcome more people to join our staff too.
Thank you for that additional information. I appreciate that. So my understanding is that you all grew fast and were having compliance issues, which is why those regulatory steps were taken to add conditions. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was at location 25. And since then, I feel that we've put the right staff and we've put in the right management structure, and we do have advanced in technology where we can reach these people, and especially over, you know, these times, especially in the last 2 years, we have become professionals in video conferencing and meeting our people. And there's not a day that doesn't go by that I'm not in contact with one of our members still today. And I'm thankful to have Tom with me to help me with that, and talking to these to our managers, and hoping that we still remain close, and you know that we still have that family feeling with everybody we work with.
And yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that, you know, you all have you know, good compliance people in place. As I said, I believe that Mr. Casaros has a excellent history, and it's bigger than just your company, right?
Well, and then another thing is, and this probably is an error on my fault, on my part, is that through our growth for the past 16 years, I definitely wanted to reward the people that have worked for us and put in the time. And as a company grows so fast, we promote people from within, and I'm very proud to do that. But at some level, you definitely have to have some outside influence with a lot more of that level experience to be making the key decisions that happen in this environment. And with the licensing that that is on our conditions right now, I feel that it's not what it's intended to be. Yes, they're overseeing people and they're managing people, but the people that make the decisions to change the world, change our environment, would be the gaming director and myself.
Okay, I understand that. So, but if we were to, so our rules, so I'm not sure if you are aware, I presume you are, but that we have similar conditions as it relates to other similarly situated or comparable licensees. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I believe they fall after us too with their, and the title that we do have for general manager is maybe not necessarily what the intent was for licensing at the
And so, I mean, that I can understand that point. And I think that if there would have been more communication with regard to the language or proposed modifications of the conditions, then perhaps you could have worked with the divisions to craft some language that would be workable, right? Because I understand maybe you don't call, and maybe at the future you want to call your general managers something else. Maybe, you know, you give every general manager gets the title of gaming director. I don't know. You know, in the future you want to call your general manager something different. I understand that need, and you should be allowed that flexibility to identify your employees as whatever job title that you propose. But I think that from an oversight perspective, from a regulatory perspective, we still need to have a certain ratio of licensed persons per location or per manager, whatever those managers are called, right? And as the conditions are set now, you are able to come back before and get before the board or get approval from the chair, I'm sorry, to change those conditions that so that they do meet the organizational structure as those conditions are now, right? So, but that's not the language that's currently being asked to be.
Yeah, I agree. When I read this, I'll cut to the chase here. So, I mean, I see you striking a number of the conditions. So the additions you propose are: upon the addition or removal of persons responsible for implementing gaming policies and procedures, a new dated organizational chart must be submitted, approved by the NGC by me. But there are no consequences. There's nothing there. If I don't approve it, what? There's nothing there. So the other condition is a key employee application must be on file for the person responsible for implementing gaming policies and procedures and must refile within 60 days of a change in that person. So it could be, in theory, it could be Mr. Katsaros for all of your locations. So I don't support that. Just candidly, the ratio, as Member Watkins mentioned, it may not, but it could decrease. It could decrease to a number that's just not adequate. So our options are, unless Member Watkins wants to go forward with this as it's written, are to refer back or to go forward with the denial, possibly without any prejudice. But those are our two options.
I'm sorry, if you could please, I didn't understand the first point that you were making. I don't know if it was the signal or, but you mentioned something about no consequences, and I don't understand what the point is.
The approval of the org chart is, I mean, it's fine, but there are no consequences if I disapprove it. I mean, what happens?
Yeah, Chair Gibson, that was modeled after the previous condition from 15 years ago, which is the same way.
No, I know.
But I understand your concern.
So I liked it. I mean, Member Watkins, I'll defer to you. You were there for more discussion than I've been since I've been on vacation. But those are our two. That's the way I see going forward. Either refer back, you can work on language potentially, it comes back, or just go forward with a denial.
If I may, I think we'd prefer to be referred back to staff so we can work the conditions out so that they fit the organizational structure. That was the entire purpose of asking for the modification to begin with. It wasn't to try to lean out or anything like that, like has been stated. It was simply to bring it in line with the way the company has changed over the last 15 years.
And I understand that there may have been perhaps not enough communication between board staff and and your company, and perhaps that's what resulted, because we're looking at the potential effect that this language can have at minimum standard, right? Like, as of now, you have general managers in place who are licensed, but if they leave the company, you'll have to replace them, and then you don't plan to have those new general managers licensed. But we have to set, like, our obligation is the strict regulation of gaming, and I know that you guys understand that obligation. And so perhaps there was not enough communication that happened to craft language that would be workable so we can maintain our minimal supervision, so to speak, speaking loosely, requirements, while you guys can also achieve what you want with regards to, position titles or whatever it is that you want to call your employees. So, I mean, at this point, I think, a referral back is probably the best option.
I agree. So it's agendized. Can I just refer it back administratively? Chief Labadie?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay, I will refer back the second part of this item, application to add, remove, or modify conditions to license. And again, I just want to reiterate, this is not a condition, or this is not a reflection at all on Mr. Katsaros. He's an outstanding addition to your team. So that's for sure.
Absolutely. I hope that this won't be interpreted negatively, but again, we have our obligations. We understand the need for efficiency. We understand the need to restructure, and we want to be supportive. And I think the board has been supportive in the past with the modifications that have been allowed in the past to support your need for growth. But I think this needs to be reworked if it's going to move forward at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. Katsaros.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on to our next item, Madam Secretary.
Next item is non-restricted number 9, which is the application of John Robert Boland for licensure as a key employee of Nevada Property One LLC.
Okay, welcome. Please state your names for the record.
Hello again, Sonia Vermaze from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. On behalf of the applicant, he is to my left, John Boland. He is the Chief Information Officer for Nevada Property One, doing business as the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas. This is Mr. Boland's first appearance before the board. He came to Las Vegas approximately 15 years ago with MGM to work with City Center, and he took the position with the Cosmopolitan about a year ago. We thank Special Agent Cheryl Wiley for her professionalism and courtesy throughout the investigation. We understand that there are no areas of interest or concern with Mr. Boland's application, but he is happy to make an appearance for the record and to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Chair Gibson.
Yeah,
good morning.
This is this is de rigueur. This is the way this is your first appearance. Hopefully it's a decent appearance, or it's a decent chance for you to get to know us and us to get to know you. So you have background in digital marketing and marketing generally. What are your responsibilities at Cosmo going to be?
Yeah, so as the Chief Information Officer of Cosmopolitan, I'll oversee, all systems that support the property, which includes, all our applications, all revenue generating, the network, the disaster recovery, cybersecurity as well. Formerly at MGM, to touch on that marketing part, I came to Las Vegas in 2007 to work on City Center project. Once the City Center project was done and we got through the opening, I then moved into a more robust IT role within MGM Resorts, which eventually led me to be the Chief Digital Officer, really trying to focus on the customer experience so people could easily build a shopping cart to buy products and services prior to the trip, and then have all our websites follow a standard template just to standardize things and let customers know how to operate the websites.
Yeah, this is more like a CISO role, right? I mean, that's what this is. Chief of Information Security Officer, it sounds like.
The CISO does report to me.
Oh, you have one?
I do have one, yes. Cyber's on our mind all the time. Patching is a big deal we have to do with all the ransomware going on. That has to happen monthly. There are certain systems and applications that aren't totally modern architecture, so we have to be careful on how we do those, not to disrupt revenue or operations. And since I've been at the Cosmopolitan for a year now, we've had to focus on COVID-related even technologies, building questionnaires so co-stars could come in and make sure that they're vaccinated, helping with that program, to thermal temperature checks, to we just completed a major IGT upgrade, getting to the latest versions
older versions were on old databases that have vulnerabilities and cyber concerns. So we've modernized that architecture with both our lodging system, our food and beverage system, our retail system, and our gaming system since I've been there.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Good morning still. Good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Yeah, I was glad to hear a little bit about your background here. You spent, probably the better part of a year with our investigators, so it's always something we like to do to bring you forward before us, given this is your first time under consideration for approval of licensure. I do note that you've got a long history in the gaming industry. There was nothing in your background that I wanted to hear about, but I did want to hear a little bit about your operations, which you touched upon. You mentioned you have a CISO reporting to you. Then in addition, you actually report to is it the CFO?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then how many direct reports do you have?
I have 5 direct reports and a total staff of 51 right now. We have 7 open positions that we're trying to fill to get to up to 58. Prior to COVID, the staff was at 65. So we haven't got back to that operating level yet.
So you're still ramping up?
Yeah, we're trying to. It's especially in the area of security, it's really hard. We had our CISO had a direct report who went to a competitor, and we've been spending the better time of a year trying to backfill that. It's just really difficult.
What keeps you up at night?
Disaster recovery. The building was not built as originally a property. It has adequate disaster recovery in it, but a full failover over to our colleagues at Switch Data Center, just to keep every system up and running. And then the other thing that would keep me up is the cyber concerns, cybersecurity. There are a lot of open barn doors we have to close, and to keep the company safe from cyber attacks, malware, all those type of things. And a lot of times operation doesn't quite understand why we're patching or why we're scanning or why we're doing things at 4 a.m. to reboot things after they've been patched. And they look at it as an inconvenience, but it's something we need to do to maintain the integrity of the operations.
So you're the bearer of bad news with all the emails that says this system's down, that system's down, it'll be up when it gets up.
Yep, we did one last night with LMS. Re-encrypting a credit card key so we can have new encryption. So we do that at 4 a.m.
And how do you, as far as your cybersecurity measures, you feel pretty comfortable with where you guys stand currently?
Yeah, we're actually very fortunate to be a portfolio company of Blackstone. So we have a very strong relationship with their cybersecurity team as well as their CIO team as well. So we get a lot of notifications up front about vulnerabilities or potential issues, and with an action plan to address it. So I feel like we're in a really good spot with cybersecurity at this point in time.
And how long have you been with the Cosmo now?
1 year. One year back in it was June 15th of 2020.
And again, I'll go back. You spent some notable period in the gaming industry going back to 2007 for the most part, although it seemed you deviated a bit for a few years with Mobilite.
Yeah, they were. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
go ahead, please.
I was just going to share really interested in the wireless industry. And so I left MGM Resorts to go back and focus on the 5G wireless technology coming in. And then I got the opportunity at Cosmopolitan, and it was a great one. So I took it.
Is that what Mobilite does? Like Wi-Fi infrastructure and so forth?
Wi-Fi and cellular. So they do the T-Mobile Arena cellular system inside. UNLV, they have a presence. They have a 24/7 network operations center down there, the Marnell Center.
Okay, well, thank you for the exchange. As I mentioned, I didn't have any other questions on your background, but I did want to hear about your job duties and responsibilities and how things are going for you over at the Cosmo. So I appreciate your appearance here today.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I just had one quick question, and that was regard to any additional litigation you may be involved in, other than the litigation that we read about involving your son. Is there anything else?
No, there's an unfortunate accident happened to him. He lost his right arm, got reattached. That's the only litigation that we're currently active in. I'm, as he's a minor, I'm his legal guardian.
No, I'm really sorry to hear about that.
Well,
So
thank you.
there's no other pending litigation other than that.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd say that it's wonderful to have you in front of us. You're able to sort of proselytize with regard to cybersecurity. We've been talking about this with applicants and licensees on a regular basis. And as you know, the ransomware is a big deal, and it's in these cash heavy businesses. It's going to be, I think, going forward, a major challenge for us. So I appreciate the fact that Cosmo and Blackstone on top of you is in front of this issue. It's great. With that, I would ask for a motion if we're ready.
I will. I'd like to move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much for bringing.
Thank you very much for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on to number 10. Please read it into the record, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Mark Foster Levi for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer and or director of Every Holdings Inc., Every Games Holding Inc., Every Payments Inc., and Every Games Inc. as noted on the agenda.
Welcome. Please state your names for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, for the record, my name is Kate Lowenhar Fisher, and I am the General Counsel of Every Holdings. And I think that's the first time I've come before you and said that, so that was an interesting change. So with me today is Mr. Mark Labai, and we all say his name in myriad different ways, but I think it's Labai. And he is coming before you on an application for a finding of suitability as the Executive Vice President, Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer, and also Director of some of our subsidiaries. And unless you have any initial questions, I'd be happy to introduce Mr. Labai, and he could tell you a little bit about himself.
No, that'd be great. And congratulations, Ms. Lowenhar Fisher, on your new job. That's great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Labai, please step forward and tell us about yourself.
Thanks, Chair Gibson. And I'm also thankful she's joined our staff too. So happy to have her aboard. My name is Mark Foster Labai. I've been with Every, the predecessor company, Global Cash Access, for 19 years. I started out, grew up in South Florida, went to college at the University of Florida and got my master's degree in accounting, got my CPA. Was in public accounting for 5 years before I moved out to Las Vegas in 2002 and worked for a small luggage retailer in town here. And obviously the events of September 11th made the luggage business a strange business. And that's how I moved over to Global Cash Access. Started out as a controller of the company and then progressed through various senior leadership roles in both the finance and operations side of the business before I came back more towards a financial focused role, first in IR and then ultimately becoming the chief financial officer in April of last year with the company.
Okay. So tell me about this. In the chain of command here, I'm looking at the fintech business. How does that sort of interact with the gaming structures that you work with across the country?
So they're very complementary business lines, really, when you think about what they are. Again, the cash access business certainly providing the core cash access business certainly provides the gaming funding mechanism for patrons in casino environments to play and have entertainment within the casino environment. As we started out, the company really started out as really on the fintech side, just as a true ATM cash access kind of provision company. But over the years, we started acquiring different entities to broaden the scope of the services we provide, taking the kiosk business that we acquired in 2010 to have that interaction touch point with the patron, be able to broaden our services. And then gradually we moved into products that were key and important in the industry, things like the compliance side of the products that we acquired in 14 and 15, and most recently the loyalty side of the business. So we really rebranded our business from a payments company into more of a fintech company, because really that's where we believe the world is changing more towards. That while the cash is still going to be important to gaming and the actual green dollar bills are there, we think it's more shifting to more of a digital focus in terms of how we move value around the enterprise.
That's interesting. What is your experience with FinCEN in their acceptance or adopting of a fintech?
You know, again, we recognize probably in the around 2010, 11, 12, FinCEN was really making a big push into the gaming space. You know, the Bank Secrecy Act's been around since mid-70s, and Title 31, as we're all familiar with, has been around since then as well. So it was really just a greater focus of FinCEN as they started saying, we need to start looking more at some of the gaming entities that operate in some of these regional markets. In fact, what they were finding, as our early research showed, was they were looking at sometimes casinos more like the banking mechanism for patrons in some of these regional markets. And as such, they started focusing more on it. It was very important to us to be ahead of that curve, because we felt like with the volume of cash access products we were providing, it was going to be important for us to be able to maintain compliance, but enhance the services that we could offer to our gaming customers and provide a more robust product set for the gaming space.
Okay, well, I note your background is solid. You're a CPA. So I have no further questions. If you, I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Good morning, Ms. Lowenhart Fisher. Congratulations. I'll echo Chair Gibson's comments on that. Good to see you. This is indeed your first time, correct?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
as counsel.
It's both of our first time.
Yeah.
We're doing it together.
Yes. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you,
I think I've come across Mr. Labai as well on a couple of Zooms. He usually had a headset on, as I recalled.
Yeah,
so,
we've done some of the debt
you.
deals as we were doing. So yeah.
That was you. Okay, I thought I'd recognized you over the past many months that we've been doing Zooms and seeing people on screen. So I wanted to hear a bit about your background, which you've already provided. Seems you've been a long-time employee. You've worked your way up through the ranks. Congratulations on that. I don't believe I had any concerns from a background standpoint. So apart from that, this is your first time, so as you know, the drill, in fact, is that first time before us. Always want to see you, hear from you, so you can meet us, we can meet you, hear about your background. You spent the better part of a year with our investigators, so at least it would behoove all of us to have a little interaction here to have a further dialogue on yourself and your background. As far as your operations go right now, is there anything else you wish to share? Actually, your reports, how many reports do you have at this point?
So we announced our first quarter results, and we've pre-announced our second quarter results in connection with some proposed refinancing we're doing.
Sorry, I wasn't clear on that. Your direct reports for your department.
Oh,
so I'm looking more on your job supervision and responsibilities. I wasn't clear.
I'm sorry.
You went straight to CFO mode.
I do that. I have between 80 and 85 people underneath me, depending if we're fully staffed up on kind of where we are from a function and role perspective. The tax team reports up to me. The financial accounting team reports up to me. Investor relations is mine. We have a small group that also handles the dispute resolution for our core cash access products that happen in the field. So if there's customer disputes a transaction or wants to inquire about it, they're calling that team, and that reports up to the finance team. The treasury team also reports up to me, and I'm the lucky holder of the facilities team as well. So I get to deal with building issues as they pop up.
And that's a global view, correct? So this is at the PTC level. So irrespective of the subsidiaries that you have underneath the family of every companies, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, as I mentioned, I didn't have any concerns on your background. And so I am happy to support your application here today.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning and congratulations to both of you. I think we're all looking at our clock as it inches closer to 12 to see if it's still good morning. Still morning. So you've not been licensed or found suitable before the commission, but the Nevada Commission, but in other jurisdictions, you have, right?
I have, yes, I have licenses in many other jurisdictions already that have licensed me in my capacity as chief financial officer and some of my other roles previously as controller in some markets or some tribal jurisdictions. They required me to get licensed as well as some commercials.
Okay. Well, everything looks pretty good to me. The only lawsuits you're involved in are related to the normal course of business. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to support your application as well.
Okay, with that, I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Secretary. Oop, is it 10? I'm sorry. Non-restricted item number 10 is read into the record by Secretary Bell.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you for appearing. It's good to see you.
Thank you very
Thank you so much.
All right. All right, Madam Secretary, let's go to non-restricted 11.
Non-restricted 11 are the applications of Jason Lyle Gregoric for licensure as a key executive and key employee of PHWLB LLC, Paris Las Vegas Operating Company LLC, and Parbal Nuco LLC. You also have the request to withdraw the applications of Sherry Lee Puka Sosa and Jason Gregoric as noted on the agenda.
Okay, welcome.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
All right.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record. Good.
A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, congratulations. Madam Secretary, it's good to see you. Mr. Chairman, I want to commend you on your background. It's probably the best background I've seen doing Zoom. Before you, you have Mr. Jason Gregoric. As you noted, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gregoric is filing for licensure as a key executive and key employee for various locations and various properties. In addition, there's 2 requests to withdraw, one for Ms. Sherry Sosa and Mr. Gregoric, who is not at the Cromwell anymore. With that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gregoric is at the podium in Las Vegas. He's prepared to give you a background of himself if you would like.
Please, that'd be great. Welcome, Mr. Gregoric.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson and board members. Yes, Jason Gregoric. Actually, I started my casino industry way back in 1993. I opened up Harrah's Joliet as a bartender when gaming first started expanding out, and then became a dealer. I dealt there for 3 years. Gaming expanded to Indiana in 1996. I opened up the Trump Indiana Casino as a table game supervisor and was at that property for 16 years. Majestic Star had acquired Trump, and I rose to the ranks of vice president of operations for the 2 properties. And I had an opportunity to come to Las Vegas at Green Valley Ranch. I was the director of table games, and then left as the assistant general manager, an opportunity to become general manager for Tropicana in Evansville as I crisscrossing the country. And then I had an opportunity to start a new gaming company called Jack Entertainment, based in Detroit, Michigan. We had 2 casinos in Ohio and a racetrack. I worked with a gentleman, Dan Gilbert, that had the ownership. I was at that, and I ultimately became the CEO, general manager for the Greektown Casino in downtown Detroit. Was there for just under 4 years. We sold to Penn Gaming, and that's when I met Anthony Carano with El Dorado. Had the opportunity to join El Dorado as the general manager for Tropicana Atlantic City. And as we acquired Caesars Entertainment, was transferred to Las Vegas and currently in the role for Planet Hollywood, Paris, and Bally's as the general manager.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I mean, you definitely were. I mean, if you weren't coached to talk about Detroit, Greektown, you hit on the right notes. I mean, so my 2 colleagues on the board are from Michigan and know that area well. So I'm sure they'll have questions for you. But I have no further questions. I welcome you. and you have great counsel. Welcome, Ms. Burnett. And I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So you served in the U.S. military, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you for your service.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So as we've said, you've not been licensed or found suitable. So if we bring people in for that purpose, well, in front of us, but you have been licensed in New Jersey, Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana.
That is correct.
I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, thank you for the tour around the world, at least part of the U.S. that you went through. So I noted Illinois, Indiana, Vegas, Michigan, Ohio. I don't know if you actually had responsibilities in Ohio with Jack or not. And then now back to Las Vegas, back to the Mecca, as I would call it, frankly. Yeah, that was a good prompt there with the Greektown Casino. I probably wasn't going to let that go by. So, but I am Nevada through and through now with, well, slivers of Michigan running through my bloodstreams as well still. Greektown Casino, I recall when it opened there. So did you say you helped open that one as well, or did you later come in as the general manager?
Yes, I came in later. Dan Gilbert had purchased it and started forming a gaming company, and Caesars manages 3 properties in Ohio, and he wanted to start his own gaming company. So I came on as we formed Jack Entertainment.
Okay, so clearly you've rose through the ranks. You mentioned you started as a bartender, and then you got into some table game supervision in Indiana. Did you actually deal as well prior to becoming a supervisor?
Yes, I hired on as a bartender, and I went to the craps school right away within 6 months. So I dealt for 3 years at Harrah's Joliet as craps, blackjack, and roulette, and all the games.
I'm often curious with individuals in the role that you're in now as a GM and so forth, operating the entire property. If you came up through the table game side or the slot side, because there seems to be, you know, a bit of a divide there between the two.
Yes.
In your current role now, oh, please go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, I was to say it is, you know, back in the early 90s, it was, you know, the table games felt they ran the casino, and obviously slots, you know, is dominant, and it was interesting to see kind of the, I would say, old school table games. You know, they're used to running the casino and making the decision, and that has definitely changed. You know, we say the table slots is a lifeblood, but table games is the soul of the casino.
Well said. Well said. No, I can understand the divide there of it. In terms of your role, though, so you're overseeing Paris, Bally's, as well as Planet Hollywood. Your responsibilities on a day-to-day basis. Can you talk about that?
Sure. Essentially, yes, I'm responsible for the overall performance of the properties, the team member relations, obviously compliance and regulation, ensuring we meet those. You know, obviously during COVID, the big focus was the safety of our guests and patrons and team members to ensure that we have followed, you know, all the protocols. And now it's ensuring that we're positioned to welcome our guests back in a safe environment, and also welcoming our team back. And you know, that's been the big focus of you know, as we I guess you say legacy Caesars in El Dorado, and also, you know, ensuring that we have one solid team, and it's, you know, we really have the best of the best right now, and we're positioned for strong growth.
If you had to put a number to it, do you spend most of your time with Planet Hollywood, say, versus Bally in Paris, or Paris mostly? How would you characterize that?
Boy, I work kind of simultaneously on all of them, because my direct reports are also have multi-property roles. So we really discuss all of them together. Probably Paris and Planet Hollywood takes the most time. They're the higher volume properties. So that's probably the most focused. They're very similar in revenues versus Bally's. You know, it's not quite as busy, but again, we have the same leadership team as far as on a manager level. And some of the properties, they run both Bally's and Paris together. So we really discuss all the properties together.
Okay, that was where you're leading me with my next question. So it's more functional reporting as opposed to an individual that's like that's an assistant manager at Bally's, one that's at Paris, and one that's at Planet Hollywood. It's more functional reporting to you.
Yes, yeah. For my direct reports, correct. They have multi-property oversight. As far as when you go down a couple layers, then Planet Hollywood is separate versus Bally's and Paris because they're connected. So it makes it much easier to walk them back and forth each property.
So do you have an assistant? So is it correct that you don't have an assistant for each one of those properties, or a lieutenant or an individual that sort of is your somebody who's directly reporting to you that has all encompassing responsibilities for each one of those properties?
Yes, it's myself, and then my direct reports are VP of Gaming, VP of Food and Beverage, VP of Hotel and Facilities, and they have the multi-property oversight.
They have all three of them. Okay.
Yes.
Well, in terms of your background, I don't believe there was any questions that I had. I did have a question on the Cromwell too. So you did have oversight of the Cromwell for approximately about a year, and then you've withdrawn that application. So the individual that's currently overseeing that property is whom?
That would be Sean McBurney. If I'm correct on paper, AG could maybe correct me if I'm.
I see him looking at his notes.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Member Katsaros.
And is that
certainly verify that?
Is that individual the GM at the Cromwell then, or in a similar position as Mr. Gregoric?
I know it's a similar position. I'm not sure the exact title.
Okay.
However, we can clarify that.
But in terms of your role and responsibility, then you don't have any oversight or involvement with the Cromwell. That's left to the individual just mentioned.
Correct.
Okay, that's right. Are you familiar with that individual report? Who do you report to, sir?
So yes, Sean McBurney, to clarify, he is the general manager of Caesar's Palace and now over Cromwell as well. He's also the regional president for all properties in Las Vegas. So he is my direct report.
Okay, understood. All right, well, thank you for that. I didn't have any further questions.
I'm ready to make a motion if you don't have any further questions, Chair. Oh, I think you're muted. Maybe.
I'm muted. Sorry. No, I have no further questions, please, if you will.
I move to recommend approval of unrestricted item number 11 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
I believe we have some withdrawals.
Oh. What do we need to do on the withdrawal?
You can make
your microphone's not working.
For your benefit, you can make a motion to grant without prejudice. And if assuming you're going to go down the route without prejudice.
Okay. I move to recommend approval of the withdrawal. Is that the language we're looking for? Or to grant the withdrawal?
And that's going to be without prejudice.
Without prejudice, I'm sorry.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
It was presumptive to assume it was going to be without. Aye.
Chair Gibson.
No.
Aye.
Mr. Sopp said assume. I never trust attorneys.
And then we can take the balance of the applications.
So I'll move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number, this is 11, as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
That's Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. Thanks for appearing, Mr. Gregoric and Member Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. We'd also like to thank Marisa Bridges, who worked with Mr. Gregory on this. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you all. I'm looking for a long tenure here in Las Vegas. No more moves. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Secretary, let's go on to item 12.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Ultra Newtown Tavern for a non-restricted gaming license.
Okay, welcome. Please state your names for the record.
Good morning, and we are still barely morning. For the record, my name is Debbie Cornine. That is a change since I have been before you before. Spelling on that name is Cornine. And with me today is Mr. Stephen Burke. He is counsel and representative for Comet LB LLC. We are here today for the application of United Coin DBA Century Gaming Technologies for a non-restricted gaming license at the property formerly known as Ultra Newtown Tavern. As you know, we've been before you. This, I believe, is our fourth time on this property. This application is filed only to retain the property's grandfather rights to non-restricted gaming. We are here to answer any questions you might have. I can briefly go over the process for the one-day operation if you would like. And with that, I will answer any questions.
I have no questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
I would like to hear an overview on the one-day opening and your plans for that.
Okay, well, so what we will do is we're planning to perform this operation on September 7th. We usually go in at about 6 a.m. in the morning and we complete the operation by 2 in the afternoon. We take in 16 gaming devices and we have been approved. It is my understanding we've been approved by the city to use the building on property to house the devices. We will have a staff member there throughout the process, a security person will be there throughout the process. And of course, it's open to the public during this time. And at the end of the day, we remove the machines from the property and close down the operation, like I said, at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And that was 16 machines? I was just looking through my notes.
Yes, we use, 16 machines using multi-denom type machines.
Do you
Upright,
expect, based on history, do you expect any play?
no.
That's what
No,
you're
I
hoping
do
for,
not.
right?
That's exactly what we're hoping for. But no, we typically in these operations, unless it's been publicized some way, like in the past, there's been other properties that have been highly publicized, we'll get a little bit of activity. I don't anticipate that we'll see anybody at this operation.
Okay, well, given that this is a recurring sort of item, looking for a grandfather protection, essentially, I have no further questions on this one either.
Member Watkins.
Similarly, given that it's just looking for the grandfathering, I don't have any further questions.
Okay. With that, I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Secretary Bell with the following condition. The location is limited to the operation of slot machines.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing. And that is
Thank
the
you.
end of our non-restricted agenda. We'll return at 1 o'clock to go through our restricted agenda. Thank you very much.
Test, test, test.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes, court reporter's here.
Let's wait for IT to respond.
Chair Gibson, we're good to go.
Okay. Just 1 second, please.
I figured I was going to lose way before then anyway.
Okay, let's start back up. This is our 1 o'clock session for restricted items. And as we get started, before we get started, I want to address some of the things that were said at the beginning of the meeting. First, with regard to the mask mandate, we'll call it a mask requirement. The governor adopted through Directive 45, he adopted CDC guidance or guidelines with regard to masks as part of his directives, which rest upon his declaration of emergency, which is law or civil order. And so people who are unvaccinated under CDC guidance should wear masks. Those who are fully vaccinated, that means both doses of mRNA vaccines 2 weeks post, are welcome to go without a mask. And so that requirement is something that is a civil order law. With regard to the other items, the board defaulted to county mitigation measures. In Clark, the measures allowed for pretty substantial occupancy limits and social distancing, 3 feet and what 85% social occupancy. We told licensees that if they would make measurable material efforts to vaccinate their staff, that we would consider lifting or lightening the mitigation measures that were required of them. And so and the governor delegated this authority to the board in one of his April directives. The board was expressly responsible for controlling mitigation measures on gaming floors and has been throughout this pandemic. So that also is a direct delegation of authority by the governor. So I want to make that fact clear. Okay, with that, let's go to Madam Secretary, let's begin with our consent agenda.
First item is restricted number 3, which is the application of Golden Market 7 LLC, doing business as Golden Market 7 for restricted gaming license, and the applications of Amir Panu and Amar Panu for licensure as a member and manager. Next is restricted number 4, which is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as La Vida number 202 for restricted gaming license. Restricted number 5 are the applications of S&S Fuels Management 2 LLC, S&S Fuels Management 3 LLC, and S&S Fuels Management 5 LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of revenue from United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at the 13 locations noted on pages 14 through 17 of the agenda. It is also the applications of Amir Preet Singh Puri for licensure as sole member and manager of S&S Fuels Management 2 LLC and S&S Fuels Management 5 LLC. Restricted number 6 are the applications of Ivana 077 Inc. for licensure to receive a percentage of revenue from United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 38362, and Yamin Patel for licensure as sole officer, director, and shareholder. Restricted 7 is the application of Jethro's Inc. for disposition of securities. Restricted 8 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC, doing business at Terrible's number 395 for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted 9 is the application of Eclipse Route Operations LLC, doing business as Eclipse Gaming, doing business at US Gas 8 for restricted gaming license. Restricted 10 is the application of Best Bet Products Inc., doing business at Rothman's Kitchen and Snacks for restricted gaming license. Restricted 11 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc., doing business at Green Valley Grocer number 6 for restricted gaming license. Restricted 12 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Chicho's Fajitas and Cantina for restricted gaming license. Restricted 13 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 9th Island LB for restricted gaming license. And restricted number 14 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Craigmark for restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That was an extensive list. Do either of my colleagues wish to remove one of those items from any of the items from consent and discuss them?
Look, indeed, Chair Gibson, I would indeed like to make a motion here. I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, with conditions to apply as follows. For item number 3, if an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. For item 8, the waiver of the provisions of NGC Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in January of 2021 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled NGC meeting in January 2022. And lastly, for item number 9, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to our restricted number 1, Madam Secretary.
Restriction number 1 of the application of Let's Go Gaming LLC, doing business as 17 South Booze and Bites for restricted gaming license, and Todd Spector for licensure as sole member and manager.
Welcome. Please state your names for the
Hello.
record, Mr. Gutwald.
Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Todd Spector, the owner of the applicant, Let's Go Gaming LLC. To start with, I want to say what an honor and a pleasure it is to be at the podium again. Even if we're dealing by video camera, it's a nice step in the right direction. With your permission, I'd like to discuss the circumstances that led to this application and a little hiccup that occurred along the way, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Please, that'd be great. Please.
Arthur Spector, Todd's father, was diagnosed with acute leukemia in 2020. Cindy, Todd's mother, hadn't been well for a number of years. With the pandemic as an additional consideration, in June 2020, Arthur gave Todd the power of attorney to asked him for help to put Arthur's estate in order. And transfer all of the assets that he had to a trust, the Spector Revocable Family Trust, a trust that Cindy would be the sole beneficiary of upon Arthur's death. In August 2020, Arthur's health took a very drastic turn for the worse, and he was dying much more quickly than anticipated. At that time, Todd discovered that Arthur owned many companies and other assets that had not been transferred to the trust. While still taking care of his father and mother, Todd also had a great deal to review and organize and address to get Arthur's estate in order according to his wishes and to minimize the amount of work for his mother that his mother would have to do in that regard. Todd had his family estate attorney draft up a comprehensive asset assignment that would effectively assign all of Arthur and Cindy's assets to the trust. The assignment expressly assigned ownership of a number of entities to the trust, It also contained a blanket provision that transferred all of the assets, Arthur and Cindy's assets that weren't named expressly in the trust, to the trust. Arthur died in late September 2020. One of Arthur Spector's assets that was covered in the blanket assignment provision was ASC Operations LLC, a company that held gaming and liquor licenses and did business as 17 South, a restaurant tavern. ASC also had a number of other business assets besides 17 South. Todd notified the board of Arthur's death quickly and contacted Gaming Council to assist with the regulatory requirements for ASC operations. Gaming Council informed Todd that the transfer of ASC operations with all its various assets to the trust couldn't be completed without the Nevada Gaming Commission's approval, and that his mother Cindy would have to be approved as a beneficiary of the trust. To expedite the transfer of ASC operations, and because Cindy was not well enough to go through the whole gaming application process, Cindy and Todd decided to surrender the license and have Todd form a new company, Let's Go Gaming, with Todd as the sole owner, and to apply for the restricted gaming license for the 17 South Restaurant and Bar. The plan at the time was for ASC operations to continue to hold its other business operations. Accordingly, Let's Go Gaming filed the restricted gaming license application before you today. A little bit later on, the decision was made to transfer all of ASC's operations assets to Let's Go Gaming, and that's where we are today, and we're ready to answer questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Goodwin. I mean, I can see candidly how something like this can happen. I'm not going to castigate the applicant for this kind of mistake. I've read the letter from motions, and it makes clear that it's I think you going back and, allowing the license to lapse and then reapplying was, I think, a good remedy. So I'll turn to my colleagues and if they have questions on this matter, on that item in particular.
Certainly. No, I'll echo your comments on that too. I understand how complicated these things can be. There's no harm, but there's a little bit of a fault here. But nevertheless, yeah. First off, I did want to say my condolences on the passing of your father as well.
Thank you, sir.
But I don't have any concerns. You have been licensed before too, as I understand, dating back about 8 or 9 years. And there's no concerns from a background issue either. It's probably a good remedy to let the license lapse and then come back before us and sort of restart the process again. So I didn't have any further questions in that regard. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Member Watkins.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
So I would again echo my colleagues' comments and say that I think that it was an honest mistake, and I think the resolution is practical and appreciated, and I can appreciate your affirmative presentation, and I'm sorry to hear about your loss, and I don't have any further concerns given your application.
Thank you. If I may just thank you all, Chair Gibson and board, for your understanding. I appreciate your comments today and the thorough, thoughtful conversations that we've had leading up to this end today. So thank you.
And thank you. So you're a busy man, based on the background that we have in front of us. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and you've been licensed before. I guess let's just jump to your ability to manage and oversee this location.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, as you suggested, I've been involved in the operations of this entity for a number of years. 7 or 8 sounds about right. So I'm very familiar with this operation and the requirements that it entails to manage. Little background on myself: I'm a CPA by profession. I am not currently active, although I was an active licensee in California for some time. Started my career out at University of Southern California, my degree in finance, and subsequently got a master's in accountancy from the University of Virginia. I worked with Ernst & Young, which is a public accounting firm, for about 5 years.
before I came back home to Nevada, where I was born and raised, Las Vegas. Joined our family businesses, which in 2007, and have been in various management positions ever since. Call it 2009 or 10, I became president of the majority of our operating divisions, which included some of the restaurant and gaming operations that you're referring to today. I've been doing that now, so I guess 12 plus years. I've built out a very robust team. I keep an active management arm. I'm always on site and available. I like to think I have a very strong team who's also familiar with it. And I couldn't do it without the help of them and council and people that are here today, which have been friends for some time too. So that's a little bit about, my background and what I do today and how I operate.
Well, thank you very much. The background was actually amazingly, it was very clean, especially given the number of different operations and entities that you're involved in. I would expect a number of lawsuits just given just the scope of your business holdings. So I don't have any additional questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Thank you, sir.
I didn't have any further questions. Thank you.
I don't have any further questions either.
Okay. Looks like you've done a good job, Mr. Gottwald, and your client has as well. I would ask for a motion then.
I would expect no less from Mr. Gottwald. I do want to note that there are a couple of conditions here. Have you had a chance to look at those? Are you in agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Then I am prepared to make a motion. Chair Gibson, please. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell. Conditioned that the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Okay. Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Hi. Thank you both for occurring.
And a special thanks to Agent Peters. He does a very good and thorough investigation. Always a pleasure to work with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's go on to restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Familia Supper Club NB LLC doing business as Chinitas for restricted gaming license, and the application of Champy Walsh for licensure as sole member and manager.
Okay, Ms. Walsh, welcome.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, and is it Ms. Choi? Is that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon,
Okay, please
Chairman,
state your,
members
yes.
of the board. My name is Serena Choi with National Licensing Services, and to my left is Ms. Shanti Walsh. We're here for the application for a supper club in Henderson.
Okay, do you have an affirmative presentation?
No, just wanted to give you a background, if that's okay, not a very affirmative,
Please.
but let you know that Ms. Walsh does have 2 restaurants at Lake Las Vegas. They are restaurants only with no gaming. This is her first location for a gaming location in Henderson. It is set to open at the end of July. It's currently under construction. She will have her husband help with both locations at Lake Las Vegas and the operations as well as this location. She does have a licensed slot rod operator for her machines, and she will take the course and has registered for the August 17th compliance class. I believe that's it. Thank you very much.
Good. I'm glad that you're registered for that. Please take it. It's helpful, even if you have an SRO. Congratulations on opening another business. That's wonderful with gaming. I live not far from Lake Las Vegas. I don't live in it, but nearby. So that's a nice place. I don't have any, so we asked you to appear just so you understand, because this is your first time being licensed. There were no issues that I saw in your background that I was concerned about. We just wanted to make sure that you understood this is a serious matter. You've heard some of the prior discussion, I assume, and want to make sure that you going forward, even with an SRO, understand the implications of mistakes. Especially, when it comes to negligence. So that's the goal here.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you.
the opportunity.
I turn it over to my colleagues for questions, please.
So this is your first property with gaming, but you have a lengthy business and entrepreneurial history in the restaurant industry.
Yes, ma'am.
Location has never been licensed. What you're doing some construction?
It's a brand new building, basically. So we're at the 90% stage, almost 95%. So we're focusing on being almost 100% by the 16th of July. And then from there, we'll just get Nevada Energy to power up our building and we should be good to go.
So you're doing some, making some changes. One of them is adding a second floor, right? Is that correct?
It started that way, ma'am. It's
okay.
First floor is for the restaurant with the gaming, and the second floor is designated for banquets.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What are there other plans? What are the other plans? Maybe just tell me a little bit about the construction, about the building.
About the building. Well, like I said, it's almost finished. Go ahead.
Please.
It's pretty much at the 95% completion stage right now. So as soon as I have all my equipment and everything ready to go, as soon as they allowed us to bring it all in, we'll be all set.
And board member, it was a delay due to the NV Energy. There was a pole that was lifted, and obviously there's a requirement, a separation, and they didn't meet that. So she's been working with NV Energy to make sure that they do complete that, and that is the last portion of where she's at. So slated to open earlier.
Yes.
However, with that delay, it caused for the setback. So again, once those are completed and inspections pass with local licensing, then she's more than welcome to open and activate.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Where on Water Street, if I can ask, where on Water Street are you located? Is it by the barber shop?
Right directly across from the pass. It used to be the El Dorado. So we're diagonal from the hockey rink.
Okay, all right, wonderful. They've really built out Water Street. They tried for years and they're now being successful. This is very good.
It's happening right now. I've gotten several emails from the city asking me if I was willing to lease out some of my space. I said, not right now. So we're excited to be there, be a part of the community. And the redevelopment program has been a huge help for all the new restaurant owners that are coming into downtown Water Street as well. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Choi, Ms. Walsh. This is Phil Katsaris here. How are you?
Great, thank you. How are you, sir?
Great. I'm just looking at your history here. I mean, as was mentioned, you've got a lengthy history of entrepreneurship, and I'll note in our records, you disclosed everything, and there's a lot here. So it wouldn't have surprised me if maybe something got missed or perhaps forgotten about or what have you. But in going through that, this location is Chinita's, yes?
Yes.
I did note at some point about a decade ago, there was another Chinita. So is this a chain of sort, or is this something you
It is
birthed?
not. It's absolutely not. Totally different concept. The new restaurant is called Chinita's because we're gonna offer Asian Mexican fusion food. So in Spanish, when they'll call me Chinitas at the restaurant because I'm an Asian lady or a girl, little girl, because I'm under 5 feet tall. So then we were just going back and forth, and my kid's like, well, let's just call it Chinitas because that's what they call you. And that's kind of the flavor profile that we're going to be offering to the public. So that's how the name was derived. Yeah.
So you had a business called Chinita, singular, back then.
Yes.
And is it still going to be a similar theme then?
No, not at all. I've already sold that business, and it's been renamed by the new owner back in 2013.
So that business still endures under the new owner.
It's not mine. Yeah, it's not mine anymore. No.
Okay,
Correct.
so this one's Chinita's, plural. But again,
Yes.
you said Asian, Mexican themed.
Yes.
This is amazing. I love seeing this. You have two other restaurants as well.
Yes, one is Asian and one is Mexican. So we thought we combined the two flavors. So
Very
It's
nice.
perfect,
Well,
right? So I can go to any
well-
restaurant and dine and not feel like I'm eating the same food.
well done. So it seems you're going to be focusing more on this, and your husband's going to be focusing more on the other two locations. The other two
That's correct.
locations do not have gaming. Is there a reason, or is it at some point you may look to have gaming at those?
The spacing is a big issue over there, and I didn't feel like there's enough room for that because one of the locations only 2,500 square feet, which is the 15 Lakeside, the Asian restaurant, and then the main location, which is Sunrisa Grill, is only 3,500 square feet. So there's not a lot of space.
Understood. Well, I look forward to coming to one of your three restaurants at some point in the future. I do like to.
We look forward to
go-
having you.
Thank you. I do like to go to some of the restaurants that and bars that come before us, just because I'm quite curious. So, well, I didn't have any other questions on your background. I did want to talk about your vast business history that I see in our reports here. There was no concerns from a background perspective, so I'm happy to support your application here.
Thank you so much.
Well, board member, just think there's 3 different types of restaurants, whatever you're feeling for that day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Watkins, did you have anything else you'd like to ask?
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. With that, I'd ask for a motion, please.
Ms. Troy, there are 2 conditions on here. You're familiar with both of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Secretary Bell. Conditioned as follows. Prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the licensee shall enter into a service contract with a licensed slot route operator. The term of the contract shall be for at least a 1-year period of time. And the licensee shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you very
Good
much,
luck.
and to Asia Bradford, very informative. Thank you so much for the class. She will be at your August 17th course. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Okay. I think our next item is a request for finding of, or for approval of a new gaming device. Is that right, Madam Secretary?
That is correct. You have one request for final approval of a new gaming device. That item is Arcadia, submitted by YMAC Development, Pty Ltd. The applicants, from what we understand, we did send them a Zoom link, but speaking with IT, they have not logged in. But I believe Chief Barbie is in Las Vegas and may be able to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Chief Barbie, are you there?
Good afternoon. Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Good afternoon. Is there anything we should note about this new game?
One of the interesting topics or points of interest for this game is its persistent state mechanism. This is a skill-based or hybrid skill game. It has the opportunity for the patron to accumulate non-gaming specific items through the course of their play. And the machine will allow the patron to print off an RFID card that they can take with them, and then upon a return date or moving to a different machine, they can pick up where they left off with those non-monetary items. So that was an interesting aspect of this particular game. Otherwise, the base game was a traditional slot machine.
Okay. I will turn it over to my colleagues. I'm sure Member Katsaros, you may have some questions.
Well, with that presentation, no, I'm actually kind of familiar with this sort of concept. I guess one question would be, is it not pervasive? Do we see a lot of these types of games in the field in Nevada right now?
Mr. Katsaros, no, we don't see a lot of persistent states with non-monetary items associated with it. There are gaming devices that have persistent mechanisms that contribute to getting a bonus or entering into some type of progressive or bonus feature. However, this is one of the first that has a non-monetary persistence to it. We have seen games like this in the past that have had a persistent state that didn't really have anything to do with the payback of the game, What's unique about this one is its mechanism of persistence. This one, again, uses that physical RFID card that the patron can take with to store the persistence information.
And just so the record's clear, because I'm a pretty plain-spoken person, when we say persistence, it allows an individual to continue their gameplay from where they left off, correct? So I'm playing a game, perhaps in the other example you used, a bonus, perhaps, or I'm nearing the achievement of a bonus. I can, maybe I need to, depart the casino. I can then enter the casino and start back up where my gameplay had ended previously. Would that be correct?
That is what persistence is, but in this case, no, that's not what the persistence implies. The persistence here is where the patron, in one instance, he can accumulate items or weapons or armor for his character, and the character is a knight. And the patron can then take that information that contains all of the items that he's accumulated. They can take that with them, and then when he or she returns and chooses to play a similar game, they can insert their RFID card, and that will bring up their character with all of the equipment that they have accumulated on previous visits.
Understood.
But in this instance, correct. In this instance, it doesn't save the state that a patron was towards attaining a bonus or anything along those lines. So not in this particular instance, no.
Okay. Well, interesting. Thank you.
Okay, it comes with a game. It comes with a game controller, right?
That's correct. This product had two cabinets. One of the cabinets was a traditional, in appearance, slot cabinet. The other, and I apologize, I've forgotten the name of that product or that cabinet, but the other had a console type, for example, like an Xbox type game controller associated with it that your patron could use in the skill-based bonus round. And in that particular game, I believe it was a fighting type game.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Barbie.
I'll just interject really quickly, if you don't mind. I recall WIMAC was before us here during COVID. It was just prior to COVID, because the group had traveled from afar, from Australia directly. So I can imagine they're probably sleeping at this very moment, given the time difference over there. But it's good to see that a company has been able to come into Nevada, be licensed because they were found suitable, and then to bring a product like this to bear in the market. It's quite exciting, and congratulations to them.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Barbie. I would ask for a motion.
Certainly, I will move to approve new gaming device number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Okay, our final item is public comment. Anyone wishing to speak should step forward to the podium, please. We will start in Carson City.
Chairman, there is no one in Carson City.
Okay, let's go to Las Vegas. Anyone in Las Vegas?
No one in Las Vegas, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, we'll close public comment. That concludes our Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of July, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.